What's this? The stream? Why do we even try? It's not like the webcam where you can't have more than one output. Just mute the stream in the background so I don't get myself echoing. What? You mean you don't want to hear me twice? Mm, mm. And oh right, I thought you were going to say if you had to, then fine. You'd make it work. Wow. I am watching the stream. No, just me. Oh no. Oh god. Stealth. Stealth. So I take it you're not just capturing the desktop. Well, because I mean, you can just capture the whole screen, right? So then, if you've got Discard up on that screen, then I get if you, yeah, I guess if you're multitasking, if you're switching applications. Mm, yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Jank or dank? What? And I'm really enjoying the audio description and just watching the jubilation on your face. Are you using multiple browsers? Like, you, are you using when you say Firefox? Um, of course, we don't condone violence against animals on this stream. That sounded fun. Oodles. Gonna need another cup of tea at this rate. Ha! Yeah. Jamie. That's not a name. Who's Jamie? Have a girl. Yeah, ready when you are.
Hey! Oh no, I'm echoing. Immediately. Immediate issues. My god. Why is it happening?
Is it because you got the stream up? Do you need to mute the stream as well?
No, it's muted. It's just me who's doubled up. Odd. Let's. Oh my god. Why is there so many techie issues today? What is happening?
What's life without a few tech issues?
Oh, mate.
It is weird that there's a slight delay. I keep looking over.
Hello? No, I hear myself. Why can I hear myself? I've had this issue since the day I was born. Right.
What, being able to hear yourself?
Yeah. it wasn't until the second stream. I know there's massive lag for some reason. My computer is exploding. Why do I bother to do this, Jamie?
Why do you think that I'm not interested in streaming?
Ooh, hello.
I'm only ever going to record a video.
Testing 1 2. There you go. I don't think I'm double up now. I don't think. Hello? Okay. Seems to be going. Chat, let me know if there's 2 of me again still. But that should be good. Right. So. Whew. Dog has pooed. She didn't poo where she wanted. No, I can see myself.
Now I can't hear you. Oh, I heard that time. Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you now. Oh.
Hello. No, that doesn't work either, because I can hear myself twice. Why?
Okay, you can be. I can hear you on the stream now.
You can't hear me on the stream. Am I twice? Can you hear me twice? No?
I can hear you on Discord and I can hear you on the stream.
Okay.
So I'm keeping the stream muted.
Okay. Maybe it's just. But if I'm the only one who's suffering, then fine. In the interest of moving forward with my life, let's just let me suffer. And
in the interest of teaching people how to DM, of course, you know,
yes,
a little bit of suffering is necessary.
I mean that is the DM experience. Right. Let's start. Hi, welcome to the stream. Thank you for watching, guys. And
if there's anybody out there who just sat through that,
yeah, for sure. In which case, bless you for your infinite patience. I would have left myself. Hi, welcome to the stream. Yeah, for sure. Hello, welcome to Behind the Screen. I don't know why I'm saying it like it's a series. It's not. This is just a one-off thing I will do. Maybe we'll see.
One day.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if streaming doesn't want to just.
We'll see how it doesn't kill you.
Yeah, we'll see what survives after this. If I'm not a shell of a man after this. So the intent of the stream today is for anyone who has ever been interested in DMing, either D&D or any other TTRPG like Call of Cthulhu or Cyberpunk, or Pathfinder, anything like that. This will essentially show you from character creation, from creating characters with your PCs, helping them create their backstories and sort of facilitating that. And then Jamie here will go away for a little bit, and then we are just you and me, audience, will stick around and prep for said one shot. And we will be rejoined by Jamie and the rest of the cast at 7 p.m. GMT. So let's see, so about 8 hours from now. And we will run the game with what we've prepped, and you'll see how I use that prep. And yeah. Oops. And that should be it. Any questions? Boss? No? We're fine. So having said that, Jamie, I don't need lovely boys and girls between who you are.
Hello, I am Jamie. I am a London-based storyteller, professional storyteller, and like children's workshop facilitator. I specialize in sort of performance and gaming facilitation. And I have been playing tabletop role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons since I myself was a child. Was knee-high to aggressive, but not quite that small. Since I was a teenager, certainly. Yeah,
Oh my days.
as well as Yñaqui.
Yes. I love that you can genuinely hold the title of professional storyteller and it not be nonsense. Like it's a real thing.
That felt good to say. I was doing it yesterday. This very time yesterday, in fact.
Really?
Yeah.
Exciting.
I think it was Cinderella.
Oh, right.
So very different to what I imagine tonight's escapade will entail. But...
Well, we'll see. Because I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna end up playing, but it's gonna. Good. I know it's gonna be. Yeah, I know it's gonna be silly. Let's quickly tweet out that we're live, and we're live. Come join me. But you don't have a Twitter, do you, James? Jamie? I don't know why I keep calling you James. Sorry.
I actually do. I don't use it very much. But
do you know your handle?
It's at Jamie Elliott Viral, and that's Jamie Elliott with one E. Jamie Elliott, all blended into one.
See you later. Elliott Viral.
Haven't boycotted it yet.
Oh, there you are.
Because
no, not yet.
Of the takeover.
I am I'm flirting with the idea myself. I just don't know where to go after that. People were talking about bringing back Google Plus for a little bit.
Bringing it back, it never happened.
Well, apparently, like when it was so quiet, this is so off topic. Apparently, when it was like super quiet, like during the beta days, like it was really like it was a utopia because there weren't that many people on it.
Yeah,
like it was just nice, basically.
I think we should bring back MySpace.
MySpace.
One for the millennial audience.
It's looking like it's going to be Tumblr, though. To be honest, a lot of people on my feed are talking about going on Tumblr.
But didn't we boycott Tumblr because of?
So in
banning porn?
Yes, but in reaction to that, Tumblr have rescinded that policy, and they're allowing. So I think nudity is back allowed, but explicit sexual like depictions still aren't allowed. So you can't have porn. You know, there's a fine line between that.
Depends on how you mean it.
Yeah.
Which is, appropriate for this stream.
Yes. Anyway, and come join me and learn all the steps needed. Should have done this before stream.
Probably should have done the tech run as well.
Yeah. Oh, I should have done a lot of things. Should have learned how to ride a car. Or drive a car.
Right.
I don't know. How do you get into this confounded machine?
Have you seen that episode of Mr. Bean?
I have, actually. Wait, are we talking about the one that ends up riding
with the armchair on top?
Yeah, that's a classic. Alright. We're live. My god. Right, so Jimmy, please take me away from this So for the purposes of today, in terms of the one shot, we're gonna keep it nice and simple. We're not gonna use any battle maps, we're not gonna use any sort of virtual tabletops or anything like that. The key is to make this as accessible and as free as possible. So everything we're going to be using today are all free resources that you can all use. And if people want links, you can either watch it on the stream or I can link it into the chat. So, Jamie, you are on DB already. That's correct, right?
That is correct.
Lovely. So the idea is we're going to create your character. So for today, we're going to be making level 3 characters. Obviously, it won't be level 9 because it's just for today. have you got the link to the campaign already?
Yes.
Perfect.
I'm already in.
Perfect. So, as DMs, guys, if you're planning to use D&D Beyond, what I do suggest, the way I compare it is it's sort of like Apple products. It's a Dickens to use if only one person has sort of bought into it. But if all of your table is on D&D Beyond, it is the best thing ever. Like, it's so good. So just so we made earlier, so let's show you how to do it from the beginning. So from D&D Beyond, again, this is all the idea is you want to make a campaign, and that will basically group all of your characters into one place. And when it groups everyone into one campaign, that means that everyone can see each other's roles, you can see each other's character sheets, which, as well as DMs, can be very important. There might be times where you want to look up your PC's inventory if you're planning to steal from them. Maybe some goblins are going to go into their camp at night. You can do that. Or if you need to look at their health, or look at where their stats might be lacking, you can go onto your character sheets yourself without them knowing. Plan what your magic item sort of wants to sort of facilitate and sort of what blank you want it to fill, and make it look like you're just very clever and very cool. So let's do this one. This campaign will just be called Stream Test or Example Campaign. Example campaign. And then below the description. So this is just a sort of, don't make this too long. This can be as the way you think of it is like the back of a DVD box, or people don't use DVDs anymore. The back of a book, right? It's the blurb. So long ago, when dragons roamed the earth, or roamed Faerun, let's use some of the Coast sanctioned settings. So long ago, when dragons for Faerun, there was a group of heroes. How do you spell heroes? Who stood for justice. There. What's that?
Wait, what? We stand for justice? Oh, damn it.
Well, this is for the example you do. And that's the campaign. No evil characters yet. We're going to be using this campaign for streams. So Children's Society party game. So view campaign. And it's very simple. All you do once you have a campaign, you can copy the link, or you can just highlight it from here. Your hot link. Send that to your players, or however you speak to your players. And when they click on it, so for example, if we copy files, open a new tab and go to it, this is what your players will see. So they will see. So, for example, Leftovers TI has invited you to join the Children's Society charity game campaign. So, either if they have accounts on D&D Beyond already, they can obviously just pick whatever characters from, or create a specific new character. So, we're going to create a character. So, Jamie, you're already in the character builder, is that right?
Yeah.
Cool. So, this is currently what Jamie will be seeing. So, listen to G Eric stands for Jen. The G stands for Jen, Eric, and then we can make a profile picture. We'll do that later. What race or class we'll end up with. So first off, as for DMs, we need to decide what parameters we want to set for everyone. Again, for the one shot, there are a couple people who are new to the game. So we're going to keep it as simple as possible. So Jamie, for your sources, just untick everything. So homebrew content, Critical Role, Magic, Eberron, Rick and Morty, Core, all unticked. We're just using the core book for assuming D&D Beyond does load for me.
I still can't believe that Rick and Morty content is a thing.
Dude, Rick and Morty and Stranger Things. there's another
Oh yes, of course.
there's another third-party thing that's I've just announced or is about to. I mean, I still can't get over the fact that there's Magic. Like, I know they're the same company, but I don't know, it just seems wild to me that there's so much lore in a card game that it can be transferred to this game. Anyway, so so it's all done. Dice rolling I'm going to keep enabled because again, this is as successful as possible. We have some people as far as in Finland, and not everyone has died, so just keep it nice and simple. All features unticked as well. That will keep as milestone, but you can pick if you want to be XP. But generally, I suggest a milestone, because it's more interesting for your players to not know when they're going to level up. Let's see. Points. Let's have as fixed. That seems to be, again, easiest to use, more user friendly. Requisites. We're going to turn off the class requirements. Leave feats for now. Level skill spells we will leave on as well, because we have some newbies. They may not understand how spells work, so this might be easier when it comes to teaching them. We will not use numbers because we're not users, and we will ignore coin weights as well. Modifier as well, because again, that's going to be more relevant in terms of teaching people. We'll leave the character, otherwise they cannot join our campaign. So we'll click next. So Jamie, you can click next. Next we have a race. So again, we're going to be basic. So choose race. If you just click the player's handbook, Jamie. And we're just showing the most basic sort of core vanilla races from the game. And again, if you've only got copies of the player's handbook, you know, you're not going to be surprised by random combos that your players bring to the show or bring to the game. Don't know why I said so. Jamie, what are you going to play? Any ideas?
I think. Can you hear me, by the way? Because I just had a really big snag with the internet.
Ooh. No, I
got through. Great. Okay. I'm going to play a halfling. I think.
Halfling.
I am a big fan of the small folk. Yes. Specifically a Lightfoot halfling.
Lightfoot halfling. All right. So again, to be honest, as DM, I don't know. You DM as well, Jamie. Would you agree that you don't really need to know your player's build necessarily? No.
No, not necessarily. I mean, it depends on what you're trying to sort of achieve with the story or as a DM. I like to know a lot about my players' characters before I start a campaign, so that I can kind of weave stuff into the story that sort of fits their characters, whether that's to do with their build. You know, if somebody's playing a monk, for example, and you know they've studied at a monastery, and you know that might tie into the story somehow. But it's totally up to DM's choice, really. I think.
Sure. I think the way because you can go either way. I think the way I do it is because I generally try to encourage my players to have a backstory, and I ask of specific things during that process, which we'll get to in a minute. And that's sort of what I focus on. I mean, you're right. When it comes to deciding what kind of loot I want to give, I will, I'll peruse and sort of see what their build is going to be, if they even have a build in mind, or even just see, what are they struggling with in the game, right? Like if the barbarian is really struggling to hit flying enemies, figure out and create some sort of ranged weapon for them, right? But cool. So we're going to highlight Half-Life. I brought all of this up because we don't necessarily know how their feats work. I'm of the camp that says it's kind of a big job to remember all that stuff. Class. What are you gonna pick, buddy?
Class. I was torn actually.
Hmm.
So for the viewers at home, I had a little think about this before we started the stream, just so that I looked like I knew what I was doing. And I was torn between druid and monk, which are two quite different classes. But in the end, as it often does with me, backstory won out, and the sort of idea that I'm going with for my character's backstory fed into being a druid better. So I am going to choose druid.
So we have 3 druids in this party.
Oh, really? Should,
We have
should I maybe?
we have
Should I maybe?
we have 2. We have 1 halfling druid with you, and we have 2 gnome druids. But that's fine.
Small,
But that works. If you end up playing as a druid, then that means I just make a druid centric one shot, right?
oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Maybe.
what do you want to play? It's up to you. Like, because again, I will
I
flex to whatever you guys make.
I okay. So here's the thing. It might be a useful insight for DMs. You'll find that different players have different kind of conditions when they play. So I play with a group where a lot of the players would rather not play with other characters. So the fact that Dungeons and Dragons is a storytelling platform, or that's how I view it anyway, and you can play a very different halfling. Two people can play a very different halfling druid to each other. So that's something to be aware of as a DM. In Yñaqui's case, I think he's quite happy to sort of go ahead with three druids. So I am going to stick to it. I'm going to stick to druid because I have a kind of a little quirk in mind for my druid that I think will set him. This is going to be a him apart from the other druids in the party, and I like the idea that they're all small.
Yeah.
As well, so I'm going to stick.
At this point, if Sally's the only one who hasn't told me what she's playing yet. She can play whatever she wants, and it's going to be hilarious. At this point. Yeah. So
hopefully she plays the biggest possible character she can.
Ideally, we can only hope. But the funny thing is, I think she's playing a bard. So 3 druids and a bard, which sounds like some sort of joke. Right. So we're going to change level to level 3 as well before we move on. So this means as well you're going to be picking your druid circle, which is your your specialization. Again, I'm not going to spend too much time in this process because it's not DM centric. Let's do the fun. Shillelagh, everyone picks Shillelagh. Everyone picks Shillelagh as a cantrip. And then go to spells as well. Pick your own spells. So heroes your cantrips. So we get 2 cantrips. So we also get, let's see, because we're picking Circle of the Land, so we get a 3rd. So we have Shillelagh already. We'll get Thorn Whip and Druidcraft. You gotta have Druidcraft. What's the point of your Druid if you don't? And then we'll have a 7th level Animal Messenger. We're gonna be friends of the animals. And we'll have 2 1st level spells. Let's take Entangle and Goodberry. As wholesome as possible. Lovely.
It might be worth actually, because I've just noticed something in Yñaqui. Noting that with D&D Beyond, because you set your ability scores after your class, the number of prepared spells that a magic user will be able to have at this stage in character creation will be
Will
lower,
change.
possibly,
Yep.
than what it might be later.
Yeah, I don't know why they make you choose your abilities before your class. Because as well, like when I create a character, the few times I've made a character, I like to roll my stats and then let that guide what class I'm going to play. But anyway, the you can go back and forth, right? So
yeah,
we'll go to next for now, and then for ability scores, we'll just use a standard array. Again, keep it simple. Until you say, "Oh man."
Can I use the point buy on the slide?
Yeah, I won't use point buy. It's fine. I'll give you preferential treatment.
Excellent.
Let's give ourselves 15 wisdom. Give ourselves 8 intelligence. Let's have 10 charisma. Let's do 12 constitution. And then we'll do, I don't know, 8 strength. Spend the rest on dexterity. 15 dexterity. And we have 3 more points to spend. Let's spend the rest on charisma. Let's do 12 charisma, 13 constitution. Or do... I like that they're got no intelligence. 13 constitution. But wise and dexterous as a mofo. But quite right, like Jamie said.
That makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. We don't have to. Yeah, especially. So, as I said, this is probably a good time to go back to class. Specifically spells. So let's see. So for generic, let's see. So we can have 2 more prepared spells. So let's go back to prepared spells up here. Known spells. Let's do 1 level. So let's add Cure Wounds. No, actually no. Let's do Jump. Jump's a fun spell. It's stupid, but to speak with animals to go with our animal theme, and then we'll pick 1 second level spell. Let's grab Passive Out of Trace. That seems good. All right. Have you picked your new spells?
I am almost there. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to remember. I did just have a look at spells before. I'm trying to remember what. It might be worth noting that Yñaqui for that obviously different magic they have access to their whole spell list.
Yes.
Or per level, according to their level, and then they prepare spells each day.
It is important, but that's player stuff, so I'm going to. I'll let you mention it.
I'm just a bit of a control freak as a DM. I like to think my players doing it right. Okay, cool. All good.
All right.
You
cool.
didn't take good. How can you call yourself a druid and not have good brie?
You got to take it. I take it. Then we can skip past the east because we did that already, and head on straight to description. Ooh, Jamie, you there?
Oh, sorry. Internet. You know how it is.
No, it's fine.
What did you say?
It's fine. No, I'm also having internet problems. I don't know why. And it must be very close. Anyway, so already picture new spells.
Yeah.
And then we go straight to description. Number 4. So you can.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, you can just click on description, or you can hit the next whatever's easiest for you.
I am going Sage.
So you're going to Sage background. I'll be a... Oh, well, I'll be a hermit, actually. I'll be a hermit. Friends with the animals, no one else. It's my character picture. My portrait. Now let's pick a portrait. Let's pick this friendly fella. There you go.
Why might I not have access to the hermit background?
Why might you not?
Mm.
Oh, it might be because you're using a free version. So because you're using the free version, so what can you choose between?
So in the free version, you can choose between acolyte, criminal / spy, folk hero, haunted one, randomly, noble, sage, or soldier.
Okay, interesting. The hermit isn't there. That's so bizarre. Gold artisan isn't there either. Can you not pick a custom background?
You might be able to do custom.
Oh, you might not be able to.
Yes,
Cause
you
you can.
You can do custom. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I guess that's the other option, right? If you have the PHP in a physical copy of it, you can go to do custom background, and then just recreate it, right? If you want to be Sage, I can read it out to you. If you want to just use custom.
Oh no, Sage is in there. Sorry.
Oh,
I've got
okay.
Sage.
Okay. Because that's taking a lot of time. It would have been weird. Alright, so Sage, done. So we have 2 languages. So I'm going to say additional languages are interesting because so many DMs don't take them into account. And as a PC, what's the point of taking the language if it never comes up? That's always going to be more interesting for the PC when something they have actually comes up with the game. I'm not saying, use it all the time, but a nice drop here or there is always good. So having said that, Jamie, you tell me what languages you're going to take.
I'm going to take Sylvan because it's always a nice one, I think, for druids to have.
Mm-hmm.
I think it makes sense. And I'm going to take Draconic.
And Draconic. Ooh.
Because I have a thing in mind for my character as being a sage, being kind of a keeper of sort of ancient lore, and who better to sort of discover ancient lore off but dragons.
Perfect. Let me really quickly make a Word document and note that. So we'll go to Google Docs, which is where I take some notes. The other place is World Anvil, which I think we will use for today. So World Anvil is very good, I have to say. We're not sponsored by them, but World Anvil, if you want to sponsor us, I'll happily take a World Anvil. Do you use it? Have you tried it? Have you used it?
Have I used World Anvil? No, I haven't. We to keep our world notes. So my group and I collaboratively built our custom campaign world and continue to do so. We used Obsidian. Is it called Obsidian Fortress?
Obsidian Fortress. I've not heard that one.
Well, let me double check for you while you. No, it's not called Obsidian. It's Obsidian something. I just can't remember what the something is.
Find out. Find out. We can plug it later during the game or whatever. But I'm just going to make a quick note. Jamie can speak Sylvan Draconic, so to help later on. So let's do I know. Eric can learn Abyssal and Celestial. Why not? Why not? All right.
Or weird languages.
What other weird languages you say?
Hmm?
What did you say before?
I was just like, we're picking all the weird languages.
Yeah, for sure.
Sylvan, Celestial, Abyssal.
Again, players will go through this. You can go through this as well as a DM, as picking their characters. If something help to RP or figure out what the character's like. Generics just picked a couple random stuff. But how about you, Jamie? Got any ideas for your character?
So for campaign characters, I don't tend to use these tables, but I do like to use them for one shots sometimes, just to kind of spur me on.
Mm-hmm.
For my character, I have chosen. He's used to helping out people who aren't as smart as he is, and he patiently explains everything as one of his personality traits, and there's nothing he likes more than a good mystery. His ideals are to do with knowledge, and that self-improvement is done through knowledge.
Oh, that's what I got to.
The bond he has is searching his whole life for the answer to a certain question, which I thought tied in nicely with, and we'll come to that later, but some of the standard equipment for the Sage background. You get a letter from a dead colleague posing a question, and I thought those tied together quite nicely. And then his flaw is that he's easily distracted by the promise of information, which again ties in with those other character traits. So that's kind of helped flesh out in my mind what he's like as a person.
Perfect. As for generic, he's picked some random traits, ideals, and bonds, but I gave him the custom flaw of I fart when I'm nervous.
Nice.
So now this is going to be the most important, relevant thing for us as DMs. So you go to notes below that section there, Jamie.
Yep.
And for backstory, you click add notes. Now this is where we're going to come in as DMs. So tell me again your bond.
My bond was the question. So let me read it out to you again. I've been searching my whole life for the answer to a certain question.
Searching my whole life.
Oh, and actually, I have two possibilities.
Okay.
Because, so I was thinking about my character's backstory, and I'm going to call my character Hale, H-A-L-E, Berryworthy, which sounds like a very halfling name, like a typical halfling name. Maybe bats an eyelid at the name Hale Berryworthy for a halfling. But he was in fact given that name by his tribe of druids because he was found as a baby, nestled under a berry bush in the middle of the forest. Was the idea. And he survived out in the wilderness as a baby for long enough. That's why he got called Hale and then Berryworthy, because he was found under a berry bush. Was the idea.
Hang on, what was it?
He doesn't know.
Sorry, was it Berry Mary?
Berryworthy.
Berryworthy, pardon me.
First name Hale, second name Berryworthy.
Yep.
But yeah, so there's a mystery there regarding his parentage, where he came from, and how he ended up in the forest. But he was raised by a coven of druids, to be a keeper of lore and a storyteller, I suppose, like an oral tradition of keeping ancient lore and information. And well, that's I was, and this maybe is where you could come in as a DM. I have got a bit stuck with the dead colleague letter question situation. so obviously there's one mystery from his earlier childhood, but then perhaps this is something that's come along later in his life. I've made him quite a high charisma character, which is unusual, I think, for druids. I'm trying to play sort of against the grain for a typical druid, and I'm imagining that like he after kind of undergoing his druidic training and sort of building up his power a little bit. Obviously, these are level 3 adventurers. He actually has travelled around a bit and spends quite a lot of time in civilization and interacting with other groups. He's not sort of one of these kind of reclusive isolationist druids. And so maybe it's somebody from his kind of interactions elsewhere that this note has come from, and this question has come from. I was thinking about maybe it's something to do with like the balance of like nature and civilization, or some kind of magical query. Yeah, I've made him proficient in a lot of the intelligence-based skills, so like Arcana and history and religion. So it's maybe something to do with the nature of the universe. I don't know. What would you?
How old is Hale around?
I was thinking he's not terribly old. He's probably sort of like, well, not dissimilarly aged to me, sort of late 20s. Well, actually, I'm 30. But yeah, sort of late 20s perhaps.
Late 20s.
You know, he's had enough time to gain a bit of experience, but he's obviously still fairly fresh as an adventurer.
Okay. Well, the reason that I'm asking how old, it's always a good question to ask, is because it kind of gives you what's the word, a time frame that you can work with your character's backstory, right? So and you can start plotting out. Okay, so we know that an event happened 20-ish years ago. So the idea is that we're going to be looking for any other people's backstories that also fit that similar time frame, and then plot point out of that. Otherwise, it may not come up, but it's just something to use as, again, more fuel when it comes to us creating the thing, the game. What I'm trying to find out is what plot hooks can I create from Hale Berryweaver's backstory. So Jamie's already given us a bunch already, like he said. So the main ones that we're looking at are that Berryweaver is trying to find out where he came from, potentially. And the other thing is that there's something to do with this letter from a dead colleague. Personally, I like this. There's no reason why we couldn't link it to. So I'm going to say let's flesh out the letter from the dead colleague, because I think that's obviously going to give us some more ideas. What does that look like? So, for example, the kind of questions that we're going to be asking. So, Jamie, first off, when was the last time you saw this dead colleague? Because again, we're looking for time frames that we can play with. If you're in your late 20s.
I think he's probably a little bit estranged from them. I think it's been a couple of years. Yeah.
So about 3 years ago.
2 or 3 years. Yeah.
Yep. 2-3 years ago.
What I'm trying to decide is whether it should be somebody from his druidic background and it's somebody he spent a lot of time with, or somebody from outside.
Well, on that note, it sounds like Hale left the druids at some point to become a sage. So when was that?
Well, I mean, and actually, yes, that maybe answers my question before I've even uttered a response. Because I think he was raised amongst druids.
Yes.
So he will have undergone any kind of training very early on, and for anybody who gets the reference, I'm sort of getting this kind of Dalish elf. So we're talking Dragon Age lore. kind of situation where he was maybe being kind of groomed almost to become a kind of leader within this druidic tribe. But then, you know, in a kind of shock turn of events, up and left a fair while ago, perhaps in his kind of early 20s. So you know, almost a decade previously. So then that would mean that this colleague is a more recent acquaintance, not a druid.
From the latter part of his life, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. And when Hale left, was that of his own volition, or was he forced to do so?
That was of his own volition.
He left. Okay.
I think it came as a surprise to the rest of the druids.
And why? Why did he decide to leave?
I think because I think perhaps that you know his tribe of druids was your kind of more stereotypical insular reclusive group of druids who kind of shared this sort of oral tradition of keeping ancient kind of natural law within their own sort of kind and perhaps shared with other tribes of druid, but rarely did they kind of interact with the quote unquote civilized world. And I think perhaps from several interactions, rare interactions such as they were, like that, and kind of being a little bit exposed to the outside world, and also having this question mark above his heritage, Hale was like, there's more to this world, there's more to this life, and also I have this power to share with the world and knowledge to share, and so yeah, kind of refuted the sort of the traditions of the druids and decided to make his own way.
Okay, there's some interesting threads we can pull there. It makes sense though, right? You said how Hale's kind of driven by curiosity and the want to learn things. I think it makes a lot of sense that that's sort of his whole MO. It gets him out of bed, and you know. So you briefly mentioned just then, you know, the way that Hale sees it is he has all these gifts that he wants to share to the world.
Yeah.
Could he have done that as leader of the druids, or was it forbidden? So he had to leave if he wanted to share this knowledge or share this gift.
Interesting. I don't. Was it forbidden? I don't think it was strictly forbidden.
Well, maybe let's think of it this way. Do you want your relationship, if you ever met the druids again, would you want that to be strained, or just sort of like they're just happy to see you again?
I think almost a mixture. I think I think had he been elevated to become a leader of these druids, he in fact might have been able to change the way they operated. There's no like druidic law that states that they can't interact with the outside world. But in his kind of haste and youth and what have you, he decided that wasn't soon enough, that wasn't quick enough, that wasn't good enough. And so, like, you know, in terms of those he left behind, it wasn't that he wasn't close to them. It wasn't that he didn't have really sort of meaningful relationships there. But I think therefore there would be a lot of like disappointment and even bitterness amongst some of those folk towards him. Meanwhile, others might simply be happy to see him were they to that makes sense.
Okay. So what we have here, guys, as DMs, is we have now a set piece, right? We know that it may not be in the end that we end up using it, but as an option, we have Hale Berryworthy's original.
Right, circle. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's do Berryworthy tribe. What's the name of your circle? Was there or what? Hang on. What's probably cooler? What did you guys sort of focus on? What did you worship? What aspects of nature?
I think it was actually mostly like plants and natural geographic like formations. So yeah, kind of ancient trees and standing stones, and it's like less of the animal. Part of what I'm thinking, I don't want to give away too much, but part of what I'm thinking with Hale is that everybody sees a druid and thinks he's going to be going and talking to all the animals, but he's really not an animal person. So I think that's partly come from the fact that these guys were kind of more. I imagined a kind of animistic element to this group, where it was like the spirits of nature in the sense that, like, particularly kind of East Asian cultures sometimes have, or ancient East Asian cultures, where it's like even the rocks and the rivers have kind of spirits and have a kind of essence, a life of their own.
Yes.
And they sort of commune with that. Animals have their own kind of sentience. That's like a separate thing, but the sort of the other organic elements,
right?
They connect with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that and that's great, because my brain immediately went to sort of the Japanese concept of yokai, which is that idea of, like you mentioned, sort of everything has a spirit, even your shoes. Yeah. So that's okay. But we want, and you mentioned that he's quite uncomfortable around animals, and that's sort of like the twist, and naturally that's pretty funny. So as the campaign is we do know that we want to kind of lean towards the silliness, so let's potentially lean into that, like really have the druids that you come from sort of like really into their animals, and it just always gave really just gave Hale the heebie-jeebies and just made him deeply uncomfortable. So let's say there could be like the circle of the paw, maybe.
Okay.
Circle of the paw, because because you're right. If this was a campaign, I would be building this differently, right? If this was a campaign, I would be okay. Now let's focus on the more dramatic, so that there's other threads and different NPCs we can create and look at the different relationships that could come out of that. But we don't have time to explore all of that. So the idea is that I want to focus more on stereotypes and archetypes than I normally would. Again, this is specifically for one-shots. And hopefully that will help add to the comedy of it. So, Berryworthy comes from the Circle of the Paw. We know this. Circle of the Paw. And we know that the Circle of the Paw can be a setting. We know that they are animal-focused. We know that they're traditionalist, because it's sort of frowned upon to share knowledge with other people. Because of that also means they're is it sectionalist? Secular. They're secular. That's the word I'm looking for. And that's I don't know that's fine in terms of like, free adjectives to describe them. So that's great. In terms of one setting, let's talk about the city and what you were doing there. What and you know that kind of sort of ties in with the letter from the dead colleague. So,
Mm.
what profession did you end up doing when you came to the city? What have you sort of landed on currently doing, and what you know for doing?
Well, I mean, it's a classic. This is where he perhaps falls more in line with a traditional druid. I guess probably he's taken up as a herbalist,
Herbalist, yeah.
making making sort of potions and tinctures and poultices and what have you uh, for the general populace.
Do you do you have a shop? Do you have like a basis of operations, or
I still think he's semi-nomadic.
okay?
I don't think that he ever lost that kind of element of his upbringing and his sort of wanderlust. So I imagine maybe he has like and obviously, and this is maybe an interesting point for a DM as well. I'm imagining like a cart and a donkey, and he hates the donkey. Because he's really uncomfortable with animals, and it's a really like ornery, angry donkey. But it's the only way he can get around with his wares. Obviously, that like from a DM standpoint gives me like this extra carrying capacity or whatever. But for the purposes of the story, you know, potentially quite amusing. And you know, so that's kind of how he lives.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose in terms of the connection to the colleague, I still want to tie in this this sage element where he's also deeply interested in kind of ancient lore,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe it's to tie it back into his background with his circle. Maybe it's like looking into other druidic and magical, not just druidic, but magical traditions. He kind of, I, I think maybe he's got this idea that he kind of wants to return to his tribe, to his circle, with um, kind of irrefutable proof that the way they're doing things is ultimately like there are better alternatives, and so he's kind of that's where his sort of research interests lie. Um, so he'd be kind of like looking at, you know, kind of the arcane, but also sort of like celestial influences in terms of magic. Uh, um, and so this colleague could come from, you know, any of those disciplines almost
Mm.
potentially.
So they have a shared love of just sort of nerdy magic stuff, right? Is that
Yeah.
sort of
So
the
I mean,
takeaway?
like in a Forgotten Realm setting, that might be like, you know, a scholar in Candlekeep, for example. I don't
Sure,
know.
sure, that's good. So a fellow nerd, let's say, fellow boffin, fellow sage. Okay, were you close to this person? Are you sort of surprised to get this letter from them?
I think when I said that it was sort of 2 or 3 years since Hale had last seen them, I think there's probably been no communication between them since then. If we're kind of going with this sort of scholar and Candlekeep, or this kind of cloistered kind of library or whatever, I think maybe in his travels, Hale has visited this place like several times. He keeps kind of coming back, and every time these two have traded information and stories, and knowledge. And so there is there was a closeness, a fondness between them, but they weren't necessarily like in regular communication um, between visits,
Mhm.
and then perhaps something's taken Hale away for a time, or perhaps even he has gone back to Candlekeep or wherever it is, and this fellow wasn't there.
Mhm.
And so there's been this period of time, this period of 2 or 3 years, which is longer than they've usually gone without seeing one another and interacting. And then, like, kind of last moment, this letter arrives, and then somehow Hale has however you find a letter to someone who's semi-nomadic.
Yeah.
I guess there'd probably be sort of they'd have drop-off points where they'd, or maybe it was his last visit to Candlekeep. He was handed this letter by one of the administrators,
Yeah.
and they were like, "This was left for you," um, and that's how Hale discovered that the person had died.
Sure. So that's sort of so that's sort of the next question and sort of my next mo is as DM is trying to figure out the biggest question is why did this person write to Hale specifically? So the challenge is because they're not massively close. We need to figure out something that only Hale can do. And we know that Hale is, his gift is herbalism and that he comes from the Circle of the Paw. So potentially, this colleague needs something that only the Circle of the Paw can do, or something that only a druid can do. Which is great, because we also know that we have 2 other druids, so potentially that can be that's the reason to gather the is this letter requests the aid of druids from the Circle of the Paw and some other different sects, and that's great. That's our first plot hook sorted, So let's quickly write it down. So, letter from colleague calls for druidic help. It also means that this setting, however we create it, considers druids as quite rare and quite powerful. Well, not powerful, but important. Yeah, rare and important. Which is also great because it automatically helps to empower the players because they know that they're special, right? That's the whole idea, and what you always want to do as a DM. So, druids to find and sought after. And then we won't say develop this too much because Jamie is still here and we don't want to spoil the game for him. I think that might be everything we can get from his backstory. Because we have a plot hook, we have a reason to why he wants to work with the other players in the letter. Potentially what we will need to look for is some sort of reason for like glue in terms of party glue. A reason why the party want to work together. Because the letter may not be powerful enough. So potentially what we consider is the contents of a letter. There's a promise in there that sort of fulfills each of the characters' goals. But having said that, we don't know what the other characters' goals are until we get their backstories and look at their character sheets. So, I think we have. But we don't have Jamie. We don't have Hale's purpose necessarily. So why is the letter going to help Hale? Well, we know that Hale wants knowledge and to find a way to share his gift. And also he doesn't like animals. Maybe he's found some sort of magical antihistamine, which means that animals hate him.
I'll just stay away from him.
Or just stay away from him.
A really powerful animal repellent.
Yeah.
I was thinking that maybe it's that he and this colleague of his were, every time they met up, they were kind of working on some kind of theory about like natural law or like whatever. But it was something like really like high concept and complex. So and that kind of fell slightly outside of their individual interests. So like the colleague at Kernel Keep or whatever, didn't have much time to research it on its own. Hale obviously is kind of semi-nomadic and is traveling around doing his herbalism thing. And so it is just maybe the colleague was like, I feel like I've kind of almost cracked it, but well, and then maybe that's the reason he died. I don't know. Maybe somebody like
someone found him,
caught wind of this. And then there's the mystery that Hale would be interested in. So then it checks a lot of boxes for Hale. It's like, well, there's an opportunity to crack this theory that we've been working on together. There's an opportunity to kind of like not avenge, but sort of like lay to rest the kind of final wishes.
Keep talking. My dog got my letter, my mail. But keep talking.
Okay. There's also the fact that he, what was I going to say? Crack the theory, lay his colleague to rest. That's it. They're the two main things, I think, for Hale. Yñaqui, you left, and I immediately forgot what the next thing I was going to say. So I think you heard two main things. But that was, laying his colleague's memory to rest, cracking this theory. Oh, and then just, solving a mystery. He finds mysteries fascinating, and his pursuit of information and knowledge.
And this is, when it comes to character motivation, this is the hardest thing or the most easily overlooked thing, I think. Would Hale Berryworthy risk his life to solve this mystery?
Yeah.
Because that's a question we always have to ask. Because it's D&D, there's always going to be combat. People's lives are going to be at stake daily. This has to be... if Hale will risk his life for that, that's great. Then we know that he has enough motivation to not just say, screw this, I'm gone. Yeah. Right? That's enough of a carrot on the stick. So, crew. Alright, then that's it. That's all we have. That's all we need from Hale. He's just out to, like you said, provide potentially justice, but answers, certainly, for his colleague. And solve a mystery. That's all he needs to go forward. Great.
He's a man of simple pleasures.
Yeah. I want to get everything. I think the last thing you need to do is just sort your equipment, which will be, you just pick equipment, not gold, in the next tab for D&D Beyond. But we have our notes here as the DMs, and I think Jamie, you're free to go.
Awesome.
And we'll see you at 7.
Yeah, I look forward to it.
Great. All right, thanks, bud.
Have a good afternoon.
All right, you too. Bye. Right, so let's shift views here. So James is gone, so we can go back. Lovely. Hi, audience. You and me again. So we have a lot of stuff to play around with now. So, like I said, I wanted to go check out World Anvil to try and organize these notes a little bit better. But I'm going to now open up the sort of 2 world building tools I use, and which are, again, are free. I don't pay for them. There's obviously paid versions of it, but I managed to get away with not having. Excuse me. As always, guys, as well, if you have any questions, please do leave them in the chat. Why have I gone here? I've gone here. No reason. Well, please. Oh, I have to go to my campaign. That's why. Campaigns. So while that's loading, we are here on World Anvil. Let's see if I can remember my accounts. Account details here. Let's let's close that so you guys can't see for now. Let's see here. Log into World Anvil. So the idea with World Anvil, it's I like it just because, again, I'm quite unorganized when it comes to notes. I lose where I keep my notes a lot, and World Anvil is just a nice way to force me to be organized, basically. Make a new account because I can't remember my details. And then Incarnate, we're just gonna sign in with Google. Let's add some music, some background music while we work. Get some lo-fi beats up in here, yo. Oh gosh, so much to put into World Anvil. Let's do 93. My high school password that I use for everything, because I challenge anyone who says otherwise. There you go. Cool. Oh, that's why you can hear me twice. Why? Let's reconnect my mic again real quick. See, has that fixed it? Nope, that hasn't fixed it. How odd. Because you won't even pick up the audio now. What is happening? Oh, because there's silly. Because there is no desktop capture. So output capture. There we go. Should hear the music now. There, has that changed it? Hey, there we go. That's got rid of the echo. I think. Yeah. Yeah. Great. There we go. There we go. That should do it. All right, cool. So, I don't hear myself. That's great. So, oh no, I can hear myself again. That's so weird. Hello. Oh, that's the echo. Oh, that's frustrating. Hmm. Hmm. Ha ha ha. Hmm. Why can you hear me twice? Hello, testing 1 2. No. Testing 1 2. No. Maybe get rid of the audio. Hello. And I can just hear my desktop audio. That's no helping anyone's. What? Capture audio only, but it still goes to my desktop. That's so weird. Can you hear music? You can hear music, but you can hear me twice. I don't know why. I don't have any voice changing or anything like that. Ugh. It's so frustrating. 2 apps are using my microphone. Tell me about them, stud. We'll take a quick break while we do this. Yeah, we'll do a break. Testing 1 2. Oops. Test 1 2. I pause the music. Can you hear me there? No. It's just the one source. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna stop talking so I can hear myself in the stream. Can you hear me there? No. It's just the one source. Okay, that's great. So let's transition back. And then I can hear myself twice. So let's get rid of that. There. That should be it. Okay. I think that's it. Hit the music. Play the music. Okay. Alright. That should be it. Great. Pretty sure. Pause the music. Listen back to myself on the stream. That should be it. Great. Pretty sure. I'm very quiet. Turn myself up. There we go. Turn myself up. Turn the audio down a little bit. Right, let's see what I sound like now. Turn myself up. There we go. Turn myself up. Turn the audio down a little bit. Then with the music. Turn myself up. Turn the audio down a little bit. Wait, I've done this wrong. I've done this wrong. Okay, levels should be fine. Finally, my word. That's insane. Alright. turn myself down a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, that looks good. There we go. Cool. Right. Now, let's get back to business. So, let's see here. That's not been filled in. Okay. So we do have another character, but they haven't been imported into D&D Beyond just yet. That's fine. Let's see if Dirk from Arabella has her backstory written in. So, she is level 3, so that's great. She's done that correctly. I don't think she's wearing her armor. Oh, she hasn't done her armor yet, her equipment yet. That's fine. So we'll guide her through that. Chaotic goods. She hasn't done her background just yet. That's fine. Oh, here you go. Back. No, it's here. Go back to it. So let's see. What has Arabella created? So, a gentle idiot, completely bumbling in nature, young for a rock gnome, and also on the small side of small. Growing up with a loving community and family, completely supported and cherished is in all ways, I'm guessing. Nothing he did was wrong, just maybe a little messy. This silly little guy was wandering through the tunnels of his beloved village, but not being the smartest, managed to get lost in the one place he had always been. He found himself outside of the village on the surface and is now very, very confused, trying to find someone he can follow along with because he needs to be around other people. He grew up with many siblings and forgets how many and also their names. In the gnomish tradition, Gon has many names. One for real. What? Gon has many names. One. I'm getting that must be cut off. It's got to say like from. Oh yeah, no, it's been cut off. Okay. Okay, but we know that Dirk is a bit of a goofball and has stumbled their way into the surface world. So let's focus on our setting a little bit here. So let's decide the play area. Ideally, in my experience, encounters tend to be about an hour of playtime. So we know that we have time for about 4, maybe 3 encounters. And then the 5th or 4th, the final encounter, will be sort of the epilogue, where I'll just sort of like let everyone have a sentence or 2 to decide what happens to the character at the end of a session. And we'll take it from there. So that will take, that'll take maybe half an hour or so. So at most we need to only create maybe 3 encounters, have 1 more to have in our back pocket. And one of them already is going to be introducing the party to each other. Generally, especially with this group, I'm expecting a lot of roleplay to be happening. This comes from me just knowing my types of players. If you don't know, if you haven't played with your players before, if you're meeting up with an online group you've never met, important to, when you're sort of advertising your game, say what the focus is, so that the players sort of filter themselves out. So if you want to run an RP focused game, let the players know. Again, this is all stuff that kind of goes without saying, but still important to mention. So, what was I saying? So, set word count. RP features enabled. We'll disable that just because it's a charity stream for now. We'll disable the newsletter, all that stuff. So, create your editor. We want something simple and stable. Excuse me. So, create a world. So this is World Anvil. That we're using to sort of help organize all of our notes. So world's name, we'll call this, let's see. Let's go to Google Maps. That's how I get all my place names. Because there's no richer fiction than the real world. So, zoom out from my location. Let's pick, what do you want the names to be reminiscent of? Let's pick Scotland. Let's do Celtic, because we have a lot of druid name. We have a lot of druids here. Let's pick something Celtic. Or let's go to Ireland, maybe. I mean, Ireland, England, Wales, Scotland all has the sort of Gaelic names. Actually, let's do Wales. Wales doesn't get enough love. Porthmadog, Colwyn. But these are names just to help inspire, on the off chance that people might recognize these names. Prion. Prionian. Peniel. Pernio? Like Prion. Saron. Mayford. Something for just the country to be called. Or not even country, just the county, the area. Trofarth. Trofar? Let's see if we can... Dolwyn. Wendell. Wendell, sounds nice. Or Lodwyn. Lodwyn? I like Lodwyn. Just, this is what I do. I'll go to Google Maps, pick a real world place, and then just sort of, that I want the culture to be sort of based on. And then I'll just sort of rearrange some of the letters. So let's take Dolwyn and change it into Lodwyn. Switch the L with a D. So we'll go back to World Anvil here. World name is Lodwyn. Joined by the ever mysterious fates. Fates. Students of nature and magic. Gather under one goal. In fact, we can take this blurb and apply it to our campaign. So we'll go back to our campaign on D&D Beyond. Again, this is just for the players as well, just to help, you know, build up the hype and suspense. And it doesn't take long to add things that get your players excited in the game. They're always worth doing, and this is very easy to do. So we want to edit the campaign. We can copy our description we put into World Anvil. So we can say in the great forests of Lodwyn, because we know that we're going to have a lot of druids involved. Or let's say in the great wilderness, known as Lodwyn. Lodwyn. 4 strangers. 4 strangers joined by the ever mysterious students. Ever mysterious, forces of nature and magic. Gather under one goal. It's a long sentence, but yeah. The great wilderness known as Lodwyn, 4 strangers joined by the ever mysterious forces of nature and magic. Gather under one goal. Nice. Private notes, we can, you know, this is just for us, if we want to ever make any extra notes. So, for example, I know that will be 3 druids and 1 bard. We know that the world is going to be wilderness base. And again, this is just sort of like short notes that I remember which campaign this is, which setting this is. I don't have to go too detailed into anything else, because again, I know that all my detailed notes are here in World Anvil. Wilderness-based, with focus on arcane and nature. Natural. Mystery. Save that. There you go. And just a nice little blurb for when the players join our campaign. So we'll go back to World Anvil. We'll be using D&D Beyond. Or will it be under Dungeons and Dragons? There you go. Oopsie, knocked into the mic. Dungeons and Dragons 5th ed. What was that? There you go. Horses. For strangers, gather. Save and proceed. Alright, and we're in. Oh, 50% off. Maybe. Maybe when I have a little more money. So this is World Anvil. It's pretty great. The great thing about it is that you can sort of hyperlink different things to different articles. So first thing we're gonna do is gonna make a character and create an article for Jamie's character. So that's going to be Hailberry worthy. There you go. Hail berry worthy. Berry worthy. Let's move this there. So, content. So, these are different tags so that we can find it. So, source of seeds. Here we go. So, we know they have received a letter from a dead colleague. We'll know that we also need to write this letter. It's, you know, this all as terms of like material for the game. It seems like a obvious choice to make that as a plot hook. So we'll save a letter from a dead colleague from a magical library or magical place of study. Place of study. It could be a guild. It can be a university. It could be a castle. It could be a library. It could be a wizard to a tower. Lots of stuff. We'll pick in a bit. Letter tells of mystery. Unknown. Oopsie. Whoopsie. Unknown cause of death. Let's see, and then they're also part of the Circle of the Paw. The Circle of the Paw. And we'll put into parentheses what their focuses are. So they are, or their adjectives, the descriptors for the Circle of the Paw. So for animal focus, traditional, and secular. That's what we need. Again, this is all just quick reference stuff. So, relationships. So we're gonna make, let's see, Finkel, one or, oh, let's pay for it. That's fine. I'm so hungry. Okay. So relationships. Because if I want to view it, I'll show you what this is looking like. Bum, 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 bum. So it's kind of like a wiki. So we go to sections. So this will be the sort of header. So maybe not relationships is the wrong word. Affiliates. I'll make this bold. I want it to be a header. I'll get rid of the bolds. Coding. Oopsie. No! Okay, you don't have to do this. This is all just to make it fancy and pretty. So we need some names. And this is always hard for me, is picking up names. So we'll do Fey name generator. Let's Google that. But idea is we want to have an expert and a sort of grounding force. When I say grounding force, that can be someone who knows the character sort of personally rather than professionally. So that could be a family member, a close friend, stuff like that. Versus the expert, who is someone that we can sort of go to for advice. Sometimes it can be the one and the same person, and you can find conflict in that as well, you know. So for example, if Hale wanted to get advice from the current the new leader who took over, and maybe the new leader is their friend, an old friend from when he used to be part of a druid circle, there might be tension. Or we could make it a very friendly relationship. You know, that's yet to be seen. But let's think of a name first. So, Archfey names, let's do a female name. Why not? So we have, let's see what I like here, Suthil. Suthil. And then we'll get another name. Suthil Volry. Suthil Volry. So Suthil Volry. Or just Suthil. Keep on a one name basis. Suthil Paul. Paul Worthy. Go with the naming convention that Jamie's already came up with. One R? One W? I'm overthinking this. Oh, it's Paul Worthy. Paul Worthy. There you go. Was Hale's mentor. Well, let's do that. I like that idea, what I mentioned. Best friend and last minute replacement when he left the circle. They now hold. We know that what the colleague is after like druidic help. So potentially this could be something that is way out of Hale's current knowledge, and so he's forced to go back to the Circle of Paw to try and get that information. Suthil will be that NPC who will give him that information. They now hold the secret to the letter's mystery. There's mystery. Done. That's all we need to do. Then we can think of maybe a couple descriptors so that we know how to play them. So they can be bitter. Or, no, I don't know. I want them to be friendly. Or maybe their hands are tied. And they can't greet Hale with the warmth that they would like to give them. Because we also kind of want to make it a bit funny as well. We want it to be a little bit lighthearted. And you find comedy in raising expectations and then change that expectation at the last minute. That's sort of like the basis of comedy. So the expected response would be Suthil to either be happy or really upset. Let's lean towards happy. Happy. Towards Hale. But the comedy of it is that I'm overthinking this. I think I'm overthinking this. I knocked my microphone again. My God, so rude. Happy at Hale's return. But must go through. Oh, there you go. They have to go through like some sort of outsider's trial to show that they're trustworthy, right? To the circle of the paw. Happy at Hale's return, but must go through a test to regain the trust of the paw. And that can be our sort of first encounter. So or rather second encounter. So if we have our first encounter being gathering the party and then deciding the goal, the second encounter will be trying to get them to go to the circle of the paw and gaining their trust via this trial. Again, the trial itself has to be quite short. Ideally, it'll just be sort of like one obstacle that can be solved within half an hour or so, because the first half hour will be them meeting Suthil and the rest of the paw and sort of interacting with them as well. And of course, you never know. You know, they might be able to RP or figure out some other response to gain their trust. So we want it to be sort of open-ended and sort of vague in terms of what the meeting will look like as well. Because the idea is you don't want to plan too much. Like, I could spend an hour or so planning how they meet them. All it would take, though, is for one of the players to say, I want to sneak in, or I want to steal the information from them, maybe, or even kidnap Suthil, rather than having to go through the whole rigmarole. And that means I've wasted all that hour of work, which, you know, is what we're trying to avoid here. We want to do work that has purpose and will actually be used. So, we know that that Hale is happy to Suthil is happy to see Hale, but cannot give the information without angering the tribe, or the tribe. Obviously, we know. Obviously, it's kind of insinuated that this Suthil is away from the influence of the tribe. Then they can help. So let's make Suthil. She now holds the power. She now holds a lead to the secret of the letter's mystery. Happy has returned, but must go through a test. But must prove. But must test Hale and his friends in order to gain the trust of the paw. Yeah, that's fine. And then the other thing we also want is, hang on, let's. I just realized it's been the sidebar. We want the control panel. There you go. So Sutha Parworthy will be header 2. So let's see how that's. I'll just quickly show you guys what that looks like in the article. So this was the sidebar before. Oopsie. Oh, it's not changed it. Go to Login homepage. Oopsie. Let's go back here. Or will these appear in our article, man? On my, it's been a minute since I've used this. Sidebar top, sidebar content. Ah! Oh, it's a vignette. So let's call this. Oh, there we go. Two. There. Save changes. And then view. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Oopsie. Why isn't this... Again, this is way more involved. Ah, whatever. It's fine. Let's do it like this. So, whoopsie. And then we'll just bold. Oopsie. Okay, there we go. So Hale's best friend and last minute replacement when he left the circle. She now holds a secret to the Letter's mystery. Happy at Hale's return, but must taste Hale and gain the trust of the paw. So we want their bond. Bond. Let's do the honor of our traditions. Are why I'm leader. We want the flaw. Again, this is just very basic sentences, just so I know what they're going to be like when it comes to role-playing as them. Soft spot. It doesn't have to be thought about too much. Again, this is a one-shot, so we know we can make it as functional and practical as possible. If I gave them another flaw, like, you know, for example, maybe they have a problem with they have a problem with stealing. Maybe they're kleptomaniacs. That's going to happen is because, you know, in a campaign that would be okay, because then that's another thread that the players can pull and it's more content, and it makes the world seem a little more fleshed out. This, by bringing it back to bringing it back to Hale rather, it keeps the party focused on the goal, and it keeps me as the NPC focused on the party's goal as well, because, you know, again, time is of the essence. So a soft spot for Hale. Maybe they have a crush on them for Hale. So romantic soft spot. Romantic soft spot for Hale. And cannot keep composed around him. And then we don't have to necessarily have to create their personality traits. This informs me already enough that, you know, the dichotomy between the two of them, like between Suthil, like she, on one hand, wants to uphold her duties as a leader, but on the other hand, but it's Hale. Oh, and I love his little goatee thing. It's so cute, you know. And that's enough for that. Then the next person we need to create is the colleague. So let's do that. Let's think of a name for the colleague. What race should the colleague be? Let's make them a... We can speak Draconic and Sylvan, so let's make them a Dragonborn. So let's look up Dragonborn names. Born name generator. Dragonborn names. Let's do a male name. Let's have them be male. And let's pick the one that can easiest. Actually, do we want it to be easiest to pronounce? It might be pretty funny that no one can pronounce their name. Let's pick Umfixen. Teketh. Kordak. Clarek. Kordak Parent. What is the Kordak? One name basis. So we go back to here. Kordak. Close that tab. I'll close this as well for now. So acquaintance and colleague, and colleague of Hale. They met at the, let's do Magical College. So let's pick another place name. Old Colwyn. How can we mess around with that, the word? Oopsie. Old Colwyn. Let's do Winkle. No, that sounds silly. Let's do Lockwyn. Lockwyn. What's Old Lockwyn? That's so not how you spell acquaintance either. Hang on, I need to look that up. My spelling is atrocious. Oh, if there's a C in there. Haha. And yeah, acquaintance. Colleague of Hale, they met at Old Lockwyn. Lockwyn. An ancient School of Rehabilitation. And the reason I'm making it the School of Rehabilitation is because we want to link the fact that Hale, you know, is a medicine man and knows a lot of potions and herbs. So making this into a sort of like a magic hospital sort of place helps tie into his backstory again. And again, I want some sort of idea of why there's a bard there. Potentially the bard goes there and plays for the patients and does little gigs. So that's another reason to bring the bard in. And restorative practices. Died mysteriously before leaving a letter for Hale. And we don't have to put a ball on the floor because they're dead. Alright. We're done. That's the article for everything we really need to know and refer back to for Hale. So we know that they're friends with Suthil and they knew Kordak. So we'll go back to Word Anvil. And we'll go back to our worlds. What's for a world? Odwin. Oopsie. Has it not been put into here? I feel like we've changed this since I last used this. See. Campaign. Protagonists. Here we go. Oh, that's funny to join the thing. I may forgo my advice here and using World Anvil for now, just because it takes a long time to set up. I use it for my campaign, but I've not used it for a one shot, and it's been a long time since I've had to do all this stuff here before. Let's stick to this. Let's just stick to a good old notepad. So, what I will do to try and organize it better for me is I will highlight it in green so I know that's about Hale. I'll make it bold. Made text bold so it's easy to read as well. There we go. That's so bright! Hang on. Let's go for a darker shade. Make it easier on the eyes. There we go, that's fine. Oh, Lily. No, baby girl. Don't fuck the wires again, please. Oh yes, I forgot to have a donkey and wagon. So what we can do is... what's next? Let's close Word Anvil. I think it's slowing us down. What we can do is start developing the letter and the quest. So, we know that, oh, Lily. No, baby girl. Come here. You say hi? You want to say hi? Yes. Hello, Papa. Hello, Papa. Hello, everyone. Mwah. Yeah, that's my microphone you want to try and bite. That's my drawstring you want to bite. For my hoodie. Yeah. That's right. Okay. Good girl. there's too many things for you to bite. But it's her dinner time in about 10 minutes, so we'll take a break there at that point. And I gotta have some lunch too. Okay, so let's start developing this letter. Let's write something down. So, dear Hale. Well, we can do some jokes here. Here, dear Dale. Because again, we weren't. We gotta remember that this guy wasn't that close to Hale. So, dear Dale crossed out Hale. If you have received this letter, then I am already dead. Already dead. Well, let's think. Well, we know that sorry, Dave. Okay. All right, I'm getting some ideas. I'm getting some Jimmy Neutron brain blasts. So let's revert back to the fact that oh no, I shouldn't have closed the word anvil because I did need it. I did need his names. World anvil. Funny. Ready. Don't bite the wires, baby girl. Don't bite the wires. Don't bite the wires. Don't bite the wires. Articles. Rar 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 rar. Rar 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 rar. Rar 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 rar. View article. Okay, so we got Kordak. That was it. And let's put the dog onto the sofa. Ah, no! Don't put a comment. That'd be silly, Google. Right, if you receive this, then I'm already dead. So, we want to refer back to the fact that Kordak and Hale met at Lochwin, which is the sort of like this magical hospital, essentially. And a place of healing and stuff. So, clearly, Kordak and Hale would have shared a interest in healing and helping people, right? So, the idea here is that Kordak must have found some sort of secret, either poultice or item or something, some MacGuffin, which means that it can help heal and restore people. So what's a cool affliction that people suffer from that can be solved magically, you know? Let's see here. What's like a magical? Maybe there's like a magical disease or something, like or a curse, maybe. Let's see. Let's think of something. Or I know. What we'll do. This is the other way of designing a game. So. One of the other ways I like to work is picking the boss or sort of like work backwards. So figure out what I want the final sort of confrontation to look like, and then figuring out backwards from there how they get there. Because also, depending on what sort of like a final boss monster you pick, that can inform a lot of things. Sort of like how they operate, where they live, what they're after, lots of stuff. So let's do a. I'm kind of tempted to do a beholder. I love beholders. And then just change it to something appropriate for level 3. Let's change the challenge rating to about 5 max. So, whoops, why can't I click on it? So, change this down. You want to go down the Lee? 3 to, oh not 3. 3 is too easy. 4 to 8. Say. Alright, baby. Good girl, Lily. So I want to pick something that could hypothetically be turned into a medicine or some sort of yeah, a medicine. So Mind Flayer is not a bad idea. And it does tie into our other character, our Arabella's character, being from the underground. This is an Otiyug. Large operation. Well, this is what I'll do. I'll like shop around for monsters that I want to use, and then design the quest around them. So let's see, an Otug. An Otug is a grotesque, bulbous creature born along on 3 sturdy legs. Its eyes and nose set along a vine-like stalk that snakes from the top of its bloated body. 2 rubbery tentacles end in spiky leaf-like appendages that the Otug uses to shovel food into its maping jaw. An Otug buries itself under mounds of offal and carrion, leaving only its sensory stalk exposed. When an edible creature happens to by, an Otug's tentacles erupt from the filth and grab hold of it. Otugs make the most of any opportunity to ambush and devour prey. Use a limited form of telepathy to urge sentient creatures towards their lairs, sometimes by pretending to be someone else. Not really boss monster material. Or at least not for something we're after. We want something that could... something within their biology that could be used to help research and develop some sort of medicine. So... Oh, Lily, did you break my headphones? Did you chew through it or something? I can't hear anything now. Okay, we're fine. But an Otug has telepathy, so maybe. Let's change the source as well, because I have so many here, and I'm getting I'm getting choice paralyzation, or what's it good? There's a word for it. Too many things to choose from. There you go. Let's do source. We'll just pick the basic rules and the monster manual. There we go. So let's see. There's zombies, black pudding. Could be interesting. A bone naga. Ooh, that's cool. So maybe something that can maybe help cheat death. And it's too dangerous to use, and they have to end up destroying it. That seems pretty classic. Cloakers are fun. They're like they're kind of like evil stingrays. They sort of like fly around. I'm pretty sure that's a cloaker I'm thinking of, right? Cyclops Strider. Let's get some drow. Be nice to have a humanoid final boss. Etten, Fire Elemental, Flame Skull, Flesh Golem. That might be a little too dark for today. Fomorian. Ghosts. Galabdur. Galabdur is cool, because they're basically like Earth Elementals, but you know, it leads into the sort of Celtic vibe we're going for. Oh, a hag! Hags are fun. have to go meet a witch. Maybe a witch turned what was the guy's name? Kordak. Turned Kordak into a Slod, into like a giant frog demon. That's why they never died. They were here all along. That could be fun. Let's read the lore for Galabdor. For Galabdor is a border-like creature with stumpy appendages that act as arms and legs. It has the ability to animate the rocks and boulders around it, and is thus usually encountered in rocky terrain. Powerful magic allows a spellcaster to summon a Galabdur from the plane of Earth. Some Galabdur also form naturally in places touched by that plane. The Galabdur is imbued with greater intelligence than most elementals, allowing it to better assess threats and to communicate with creatures entering its guarded area. They don't age or require sustenance, making an excellent sentinel. A powerful druid, there we go, might charge a Galabdur with protecting a stone circle or sacred hilltop. Another Galabdur might be created to guard an underground tomb or a wizard's tower. When it chooses to, a Galabdur can make itself look like an ordinary boulder, remaining perfectly still for years at a time. Permanently bound to the apparent plane, blah blah blah. I can become one with the earth around it. Blah 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 blah. Cool. Okay. This could be a fun encounter. Maybe this is the guardian put in place by the Circle of the Paw, and they have to overcome it to go into sort of final set piece. So if we think of the three set pieces, it could be Old Ledwin? Lockwin. Old Lodwin. Lodwin is our world. Lockwin is the hospital. So if we think of the first setting as Old Lockwin, we can think of the Circle of the Paw being the second set piece. The third set piece can be sort of where the finale, and then the journey back will be going back to Old Lockwin. And that's the sort of bare bones of what our areas will look like. And because we have our 4 encounters there as well. Right, we have the first encounter being the joining of the party. The second second encounter is the Circle of the Paw and overcoming that challenge. Third encounter will be the place itself, the final set piece, and then the final encounter, because that we can, we can shorten or elongate however we want, and then the final set piece will be the final villain, which might be the Hag. I like this idea that Kordak never died; they were just indisposed of somehow. Good girl, Lily. Get the socks. Get the socks, not the wires. That's fine. Good girl. So I'm just playing with a dog while doing this. So maybe the cloaker. I don't want it all to be creatures. I want some sort of like puzzle or thing to be one of the encounters. But maybe the Gobbledur. That's the test of the given by the Circle of the Paw. Let's think. 60 foot when rolling downhill. I love how that's specified and gives us so much info on how we can use them. I kind of want to use Draconic. We gotta have a dragon in there, right? We gotta. Let's see. So let's do Slod. Half red dragon veteran. Maybe that's our big bad as a dragon. Because we can still have Kordak was turned into something by whatever was the evil bad guy. Over humanoid. Interesting. Maybe what Kordak stumbled upon was some sort of like transforming thing. Like it can turn you into a different it can alter your body somehow, right? It's like this gem that can change your body to become different things. Maybe this dragon used it to become more human-like, or maybe this human tried to become a dragon and is using it. Was found Kordak and then turned Kordak into a frog person, maybe. Although the fact that Kordak is a dragonborn is actually, is that so relevant? Not really. Kordak can kind of be of any race at this point. I like the idea that this dragon is trying to hoard the magic of this this gem. So let's see. So let's go a little bit further down here. So the MacGuffin for today. That's not how you spell MacGuffin. MacGuffin. It's MacGuffin even. There you go. Equals. Gem of Change. Because the other thing as well is I want to make this sort of relevant to the charity. And, you know, change begins with you. So the Gem of Change can alter can alter a person's appearance and biology. Over repeated exposure. Oh, no, we don't have to add a caveat. Maybe it takes like it can be like it takes like, because I want this dragon to be like halfway through turning into whatever they want to turn into, or this person halfway turning into a dragon by the time the party arrive. So they kind of like stop the ritual. So let's do yeah, let's add that caveat actually. Can also change a person's appearance and biology after once mastered. There's like a thing that has to go through. Once mastered, can alter a person's appearance and biology. So let's think of another name. Plural names. Yep. Let's do fantasy and folklore. Let's pick another sort of Celtic name, or their real names. Celtic Welsh. Garth Samson. Cadel Hughes. Govannan. Govannan. That's so Welsh. Delwyn. Lynn. Lewis. Or Lewis. Let's do Austin. Some Pew. Brynmore. Brynmore. I like Brynmore. Brynmore. Brynmore Maddox. Brynmore Pembroke. I like Brynmore a lot. Let's do Brynmore BBEG. It is Brynmore. Ooh, where are the most names? Brynmore. Let's find just a random surname. Bivens. Belling. Skurlock. Gower. Blevins. Roderick. Stant. Lewison. Cadigan. Pye. Brynmore Pye? Brynmore Pye? Brynmore Pye? Let's do Brynmore Pye. The players can take the piss out of him for that one. Pronounce pay. pronounced pay, but they can take the mickey out of him for that. Pronounced pay. Bring more pie. Pay. Bring. Yeah, because it sounds like bring more pie. Yeah, that's great. So we got so Brynmore or Brimmore. Brynmore or Brimmore? Let's do Brynmore. Brynmore. Brynmore wants to use the gem because it's cool, and to turn into a dragon. Brynmore wants gem to become a dragon, and become all powerful. Has got as far as halfway, but cannot master the gem for some reason. And all powerful. Got as far as halfway, but cannot master the gem for some reason. So we need to have some sort of prophecy then, some sort of riddle, some sort of hint, to help master the gem. Well, what would the gem want? What? If the gem has the power to change people, the idea is the gem has the power to change the outside but not the inside, right? That's the sort of moral of the story here. So gem cannot change what is within, or cannot give what's already the idea. I want the idea that Brimmore wants power, but he can never use the gem to get power because he can't use it. Sort of like in the same way that like the law of alchemy in Full Metal Alchemist, right? You can only exchange, you can turn things around, but you can only use the materials that are worth the outcome. Or what's the name of the law? Well, the law of equivalent exchange, right? Everything has to have an equal value. Gem follows equivalent exchange. Follows equivalent exchange. Cannot give power to those who are weak. And Brynmore is weak of soul. Brynmore is weak of character, and moral, and therefore cannot gain power. So, having said that, everyone's weak of character. Yeah, weak of character and morals. So, the gem. So sort of, it's a thing of like the gem has to kind of like quote unquote respect you, in order to be used properly. So let's think of the legend of the gem. And this would be cool because maybe this legend can be known by the bard, and they can know the song, right? Which, while we're doing this, let's quickly double check if anyone from the group has updated the characters. Actually, we'll wait a little bit longer. We'll have our break in about 15 minutes or so. Feed the dog, make sure she's alright. I can delete this example campaign now. Not just yet, but we should have the names of our characters. We've got Hale and Dirk. Okay. Dirk is our character. Gem follows a conflict exchange, cannot give power to those who are weak. Bryn Mawr is weak of character, moral, and therefore cannot change power. Oh, actually, this is great. Because, ooh, hang on. It just occurred to me. This is perfect. Because, you know, the whole thing about druids is they can shape change, right? They have wild shape. Who better to potentially control the gem of change than someone who has already, mastered the art of transformation? So let's pause the riddle of the gem for now. Maybe when I'll have a brain blast when I have my lunch and stuff. I'm contacting you. So let's write Kordak's letter now. So Kordak letter. We don't want it to be well, that's fine. It's fine. It's highlighted. Dear Dale / crossed out Hale. If you receive this, then I'm already dead. But I need your help. But old Lochwin. I kind of want to change the name. It's too close to Lodwin. To the world. I like it's called old something there. Let's look for a different name. Let's look for old Druid Circle, here we go. Let's look for our names here. Old Penmayan. Old Man, Old Penma. Sounds like a name though, than a place. Yeah, it sounds like a person. Bachelor's Baby Memorial. Oh, hang on. There's a little river here. Nantilar. But a cottage. College in Nanti Pandy. Old Code. Old Coed. Old Coed. Athon Maisie Bryn. Old Gyrak. Second Pass Ferry Glenmore. Let's look for like a. It'd be cool to name this after like a Welsh hospital. Hospitals near Wales. St. David's, Holywell, D-side, Isbitty, Tregaron, Old Neville, Dewey Sant, Glen Cowid, Bevan, Inuran de Bevan, Glangwilly, Morriston, Wrexham. Wrexham's too popular. Singleton, Withybush, The Grange, County, Ammon Valley. Oh, I love that. Ammon Valley. Let's call that. Ammon Valley. needs your help. Your help. I had made progress. In our conversation. I'd made progress in our conversation about change and the world's destiny to continue to change. Or perhaps I took it a little too... Where am I going with this? If I receive this when I'm already dead, but Ammon Valley needs your help. I'd made progress in our conversation, or hang on, about the medical occasions that a druid's wild shape may hold. It's a bit trite to use, or I think personally, to use the game's actual terms within the world, but I think this is fine. Again, it's a one shot, so I'm not going to think about it too hard. And also it means that for the newer players, they immediately clock on to, oh, they want druids who can transform. That's why they want druids. So I had made progress on a conversation about medical applications may hold. Apparently, somewhere in a wood, somewhere underground, because I want to bring it back underground for Dirk's backstory. Somewhere underground lives a circle of druids. Lives well, she lives in the rocks because she's a gnome. Somewhere underground lays a let me think. How would they get underground? One way to get for them to get underground would be using the Galabdur. They have to win its approval for it to move the earth so that it can go back. Also, it helps with Dirk because she probably wants to go back. Oh, he wants to go back home, right? So it's twofold reason why they need to go underground. I had made progress on our conversation about medical applications for may hold. Apparently, somewhere underground, lays a gem. Lays a gem. Names a jewel. Known as the Gem of Change. Apparently, you can use it to transfigure one's body into one of a similar apparently you can use it to transfigure one's body into one of a similar ilk. I'm hoping this could help some of the patients here in the valley. with this letter, Dear Dale/Hale, if you receive this, then I'm already dead, but Amon Valley needs your help. I had made progress in our conversation about medical applications that a druid's wild shape may hold. Apparently, somewhere underground lays a jewel known as the Gem of Change. Apparently, you can use it to transfigure one's body into one of a similar ilk. I'm hoping this could help some of the patients here in the valley. Please, I trust that your love of your I trust that your compassion and curiosity will see that this gem is brought back to Amon Valley. This gem is brought back to Amon Valley. It lays far underground. Somewhere within. We need a forest. So my thinking is, my thinking is this: to get to this forest, you need the help of animals, and no one knows animals better than the Circle of the Paw. So the idea is they have to go to the Circle of the Paw to find the forest. Hopefully, that forest I can link to Lucy's druidic backstory. From there, they can go find the Galeb Dur, which will take them underground. Maybe we can find Dirk's family, and they can help as tour guides, take them to where they need to, and then they can finally fight Bryn Mawr. Maybe Bryn Mawr is like... Maybe Bryn Mawr is Dirk's, like, brother. And because Dirk, like, says that Dirk keeps forgetting his who his family is, right? Because there's so many of them. Maybe that's the plan. That's the final twist, that it's Dirk's sibling and they just forgot. Let's see, descriptions, notes. Gentle idiot, probably bumbling in nature. Young for a rock gnome, but also the son of small size. Like commuting family, always. Nothing he did was wrong, but just maybe a little messy. The silly little guy was wandering through the tunnels of his beloved little village. He found he grew up with many siblings and forgets how many and also their names. Yes. Yeah, that's great. That's great. I trust that your compassion and curiosity will see that this gem is brought to Amon Valley, at least far underground, somewhere. Beneath. Let's think of like a sort of Princess Bride-esque fantasy forest. So let's think of like an adjective. What's like another word for disappearing? Look up a thesaurus, because the idea is that it can only be found by the animals, right? So let's find a synonym. For hidden. Undisclosed, unknown, covert, obscure, covered, concealed, shadowy, surreptitious, on the QT out of view, unmasked, the masked forest, The masked wood. I like that. Oh, it's antonyms. Right. That's why it's because I'm last. I was like, wait, these are... Alright, because it's opposite of. The latent forest. The latent wood. The clandestine wood. The masked wood. I like the masked wood. I like the masked wood. Let's do that. Oopsie. Close my Google Doc. Docs. The masked forest. The masked forest. Forbury forest. Masked forest. Which only the animals know how to reach. I'm hoping a druid of your ability can get you there. Kordak. Good luck. Good luck. Kordak. Cool. So, if you receive this, then I'm already dead. But Amun Valley needs your help. I had made progress in our conversation about medical applications that a druid's wild shape may hold. Apparently, somewhere underground lays a jewel known as the Gem of Change. Apparently, supposedly, or as it goes, you can use it to transfigure one's body into one of a similar ilk. I'm hoping this could help some of the patients here in the valley. I trust... Don't know why there's a comment there. I trust that your compassion and curiosity will see that this gem is brought back to Amun Valley. It lays far underground beneath the masked forest, which only creatures and beasts. This seems more fun to say. Creatures and beasts know how to reach. I'm hoping a druid of your ability can get you there. Good luck. Great. So we have our letter, we have our plot hook, we have the vague outline of what our story is going to be. So we're going to take this moment, take a maybe half-hour break, and we'll be back to plan some and start making some more solid material. All right. See you in half an hour, guys. Thank you very much for that. You should be able to hear me now. So, if you weren't here for the stuff before the break, we have now, basically, so we've gotten as far as helping one of our PCs create a backstory. And we've created a few plot hooks from that. And now we actually have the vague outline and the bare bones of the adventure. So, like I was saying before, the idea is that each encounter lasts roughly an hour. And obviously we've only got 4 hours to play the game. So we have to make it tight. I would go so far as to even cutting it down to 3 encounters. And one of the first encounter will be the party getting to know each other and meeting each other. That inevitably always takes about an hour or so. And especially with the group we've got lined up at 7. They're going to be very RP heavy, so I'm expecting that to take a while. So, the idea is that the first encounter will be the gathering of the party. Potentially that will include the plot hook here, which is the letter we have here. The second encounter will be hopefully Hale will understand the fact that he needs to go to the mass forest where only creatures and beasts know how to reach. Hale being part of a druid circle that is known for their animal handling. Hopefully he'll pick up on that plot hook and know he'll have to go to his city of the circle of the paw, where his tribe is from. From there, we have a couple of options. The optional, if we have time, encounter is we'll have some sort of encounter between the guardian of the gem, which will be the Galabdur, and there'll be some stuff between the circle of the paw warning the party about the Galabdur. Potentially they can give him, or because either they can warn him and not give him any loot, which means that they'll have to fight the Galabdur or somehow overcome it, or like convince it or try and sneak past it, so that they can get to the final set piece, or they can be given like a key or something, and that can be like the reward for earning the trust of the Circle of the Paw. And you kind of, again, it's still like you're still giving the players that feeling of and sense of achievement, like they've earned something and they can use it to carry on to progress. There's that feeling of progression, right? Either way, once the Galabdur is dealt with, we have our final encounter, which will be with Brynmore Pie or Pay. And I'm expecting the party to take the Mickey out of that name. And them trying to use the Gem of Change, trying to turn themselves into a dragon. Rituals going wrong, so they have to fight as like a half dragon abomination. That will probably be the only fight this session. Just because as well, we've got a lot of newbies. They're at level 3 as well, so it's a lot to take in. Probably I'll just also have the fight end early if we're getting too close to time, and then we'll have like maybe half an hour or so to do an epilogue and wrap up the game. So, having said all that, let's get to building our encounters. So, let's start with creating the Circle of the Paw. We've got one NPC created, which is probably all we need, and that will be, if we go here to our other notes, Suthil Paulworthy, who was Hale's we've decided to make Hale's best friend and new leader of the Circle of the Paw since Hale abandoned their post. So we're gonna create a quick stat block for Suthil. Not because I think she's gonna fight them, but because I need to make notes and have her stat line just on on the back burner. So Drow Mage is probably close enough. So we'll just add that. And then we can name our encounter Suthil. Paul-worthy. So Suthil wants to help the party, but cannot due to tradition opposing outsiders, or not trusting outsiders, trusting outsiders. So we want again, this is, I don't want to it says here, describe in detail how your encounter will play out. It will never play out how you want it to play out. This is the classic Wizards of the Coast, like, bad advice, which is weird because yeah, in the same way that like combat rating is bad advice. So the idea is Suthil will test the party to gain trust. That's the expected interaction. We're gonna leave space because there, you know, if the PCs want to persuade Suthil, or, you know, figure out some other way, that means we don't have to waste that much time and having to block things out. But what's a good way for the party to gain the trust? So let's look at the adjectives we gave for the Circle of the Paw. So where is it? So for Circle of the Paw, they are animal focused, they are traditionalist, and they are secular. So potentially, the fact that they're secular could mean something. My brain is going to something like they have to deal with an outsider who is captured or a prisoner. Though having said that out loud, that might get dark very quickly. We want this to be a quite light-hearted one-shot. The other option is that the party has to tame a beast of some kind. So let's look at the encounters. Let's change our monster type to a beast. Maybe even a fae. See if there's anything cool. No monsters found. Let's get rid of the... Ooh. No beasts or fae from the basic rules or monster manual. Oh, that's why, because it's druid in the search bar. I was going to be like, that's weird. Okay, that makes more sense. So let's make it challenge rating 3 down to around 8. Because again, combat rating is more of a guideline. An Ankylosaurus. You have to tame a dinosaur. That could be fun. I mean, why not? It's a one shot. And the idea is that the masked forest is sort of hidden in the mists. So we could play off of some sort of like a King Kong island hidden in the mist archetypes. So let's try that. Let's have a Tyrannosaurus Rex that they have to tame. And once it's tamed, show respect for ye old tradition, recognizing via register trait and act appropriately about them. Yeah, we could do like a custom that they have to observe, maybe. But my argument would be that this whole sort of trial that they have to complete is them respecting the tradition, is respecting the culture. The other issue is if you rely on a history check and they roll low, they fail, and you're going to have to backtrack and figure out some way for them to circumvent the fact that they rolled badly. This way, if it's something that can be left a little more openly, you're giving multiple avenues for the party to solve and to beat it, even if it ends up in being untraditional. If it impresses me, then that impresses the entire NPC, all of the NPCs. So it can be left to my discretion. So let's see. Let's see. Yeah. So we've got Tyrannosaurus Rex, and again, we just have to tame it. It doesn't necessarily mean they have to fight it. That's a very open term. It could be, you know, them running an animal handling check. It could be them trying to trap it. It could be them, sort of like, maybe they cast a spell to entangle it, and you know, all sorts of different stuff. We have a bard in the party as well. Maybe the party can perform to it and sing to it and convince it that way. Again, a fight will just take too long. So having said that, do we want some sort of hint that it's easier for them to sort of convince the T-Rex, rather than to coerce? That's the word I'm looking for. To coerce the T-Rex rather than to fight it, because yeah, they're just gonna die otherwise. They're on level 3, and it's, you know, CR is nonsense, but it will kill them. So let's think. Well, that makes sense. The Circle of the Paw are animal lovers. Circle of the Paw are animal lovers. Maybe that's part of the test. We have to subdue the T-Rex without causing it harm. I think that seems pretty good. Animal lovers, they must, and will not abide the party harming the T-Rex. An alternative route is if they do hurt the T-Rex, they can be put in prison and then sneak out that way, making the T-Rex seem overly dangerous to take it head on in a fight. Yeah, that's a great idea, and exactly it. It's the idea of how we introduce the T-Rex. So, you know, we can have, maybe let's have, the T-Rex obviously doesn't live with the druids, so it can be somewhere in the forest that they have to go track and find. And as they're finding it, that's when you can leave little hints that you will not survive this fight, right? You can have broken trees and claw marks. You can have like something that they know they couldn't fight normally, or like dead and already been like half eaten by this Tyrannosaurus Rex. So potentially you have like maybe we're gonna have like a group of druids, maybe all dead, and Hale, being from the Circle of Paw originally, can recognize those druids and know that, oh, those druids were like, you know, sort of as strong as I was, or even stronger. I don't know if this is the best. I don't know if we should think of some sort of plan here to try and circumnavigate the fight, right? So that's one idea. So have T-Rex set piece. T-Rex set piece. Teach the party not to fight. Another way to teach your players that it might be a good idea not to fight them head on is having encouraging either the party to run away, which is tough because players, in my experience, will never run away from a fight. So you have the T-Rex, and it's nice and easy to do this because it's an animal. The T-Rex just kind of like beat him up, you know, kind of give him a warning, and then it can either, two things, it can either stay back and sort of like growl at them, kind of try and show its territory and keep its ground, and beat its chest a little bit after it's shown that it means business, or you can have the T-Rex leave so that the party can be left alone to their own devices and come up with another plan to capture it. Because the other option as well, maybe because we have 3 druids in here, maybe the druids try to, you know, or might try some shenanigans. Maybe the bard has a minor illusion or something like that. That's also a possibility. So, let's have T-Rex. Hang on, guys. Sorry, I heard a yelp from my dog. Be here 1 second. Alright, dog's fine. Ugh. She just got hit by a cat she was barking at. Okay, so we have the T-Rex will injure party, and that we can always fudge dice slash show intimidate, show strength before leaving, and that'll be quick, you know. Most of that encounter will be the party planning. So I'm hoping the first half hour will be Suthil will be talking to the party and describing the the task ahead. The latter half hour will be them doing finishing the trial, and then going back to the Circle of Paw and getting what they need to get. So that's fine. That's enough. I would say that's enough to carry on and stop planning here. Yeah, that's it. And then treasure rewards, we don't have to put out anything like that, so we'll save that encounter. So we'll go back to our encounters. We'll make another one. Why does it keep doing this? So, Children's Society campaign. Oh, did it not? What? Super Poverty. Oh, it's saved to. Oh, that's why it's saved to the wrong campaign. Let's go back here. Bum 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 bum. Edit. Manage characters. Not here. That's my other campaign. There we go. And character. It's so funny that Wizard of the Coast spent all this time creating this in-depth calculator, and it's all doesn't work. It's just not practical. Anyway. There we go. That should be in the correct campaign now. So go to Children's Society. There we go. Hold on. So we can create a new one. So after that, we have the Galibdur. So we'll get rid of these tags here. Galibdur. And the encounter will be called the Masked Wood. Or what's a cool name for a wood? The Masked Green, with an E at the end to show that it's fantasy. So the party must pass the Guardian of the Gem of Change. And again, it's nice, it kind of fits the theming. The idea is that the closer they get to whatever MacGuffin they're after, the more signs of its effect they come into. So the idea, so for example, the Gem of Change is something that can sort of transpose different materials. So having this living rock golem thing is perfect to is a perfect sort of signpost that we're getting closer and they're starting to see what's capable of. if it was something, you know, if it was like a dragon, right? You'd start to see, at this point, you'd start to see more kobolds who are starting to carry gold towards the dragon. If you're trying to fight a, let's see, like a magic sword of like ice, then you can start to see your breath start to fog. You start having to like put your clothes on because the influence of the sword is getting stronger. Stuff like that. You can start seeing slashes across the wall that have like icicles coming out of the marks. Things like that. To again, it's the idea of showing progress and change in the area. That's all you have to do for the pillar of exploration, right? Which, if people don't know the pillars of D&D for when you're DMing, there's 3 pillars that make up D&D. Roleplay, which is roleplay. Everyone pretty much knows what it's about. Combat. The last one, and it's the trickiest one, is exploration. And exploration, I've learned in most recent years. It's always been something I kind of struggled with myself. But really, all it means is the feeling that you've gone somewhere, that you're somewhere different, and it's a fleeting moment, but it does help that idea of you're changing the world somehow, and you're affecting it, and that the world lives and breathes and is alive, and it's huge. So the idea that when we get to the masked green, I start to describe how all the woods are covered in mist and fog, and you know, you can see like footprints going in and then out immediately because people just got lost and then wandered their way back out. And then as we're going through it, you can see maybe some skeletons and bones that have been like kind of reclaimed by the woods. To show that this is kind of what it's been like for a long time. The idea that it's there's time passing, right? You're showing different stages of life in the forest. You have, you know, in the old times, you have some corpses that have already been grown over. More modern things, you can say, you can have things that do thrive there. You have things that are you can see like bird nests and feathers and things like that, and bugs. And then to the present, yeah, again, you can see the wood kind of reacting to you guys, and add some mysticism to it as well. We have a magical mist in here. Let's have the mist react to the players. Every time they try to move their hand out, they lose their hand because it's so thick. Or even they could have like a very subtle, like a memory effect. So every time they go you go into the woods, you forget why you're there, right? And you can feel like this piercing headache the longer you're in there, and it's just start to hurt you guys. Things like that just make the world seem just make it seem a little more realistic. And you know, you have to discuss the senses, right? So you can talk about what they see, smell, hear, taste not so much, but taste and feel, right? So they can feel the cold, the damp, cold, damp. They can taste I don't know. You know, when you can taste like moisture in the air, there's that taste of like mold in the air. You can hear birds and critters in the trees, but nothing else, right? You can hear that, but also the silence. You can smell, again, that mold, damp fur. like animal droppings, you know, something that gives you the idea that this belongs to the animals, right? And you get to see, and that can also mean the lack of. So they don't see humans or humanoids. No sign of living humanoids. Humanoids. They can't see it, you know, their sight is heavily impaired, but their smell and their hearing can be heightened as an effect of the green. Impaired. Smell heightened. Hear heightened. Right. We'll just go through that, you know, during the session. That's fine. Let's see. So, after a while, so the T-Rex will guide them to a cave. At the mouth of which stands a large boulder, and that will be our Galabdur. It'd be cool if we have a name for the creature as well, or even more of a, or we can have like some writing to show that they're on the right track, right? So let's do let's look up some more Celtic names. So we'll go to our Celtic name generator. I haven't watched since the start. Would you mind giving the TLDR of the one shot for context? So, I can't really of the one shot itself. So, there isn't really one because we're doing it. We're figuring it out. But the general idea is that one of our characters, Hale Berryworth. So as part of his the sage background, one of the tokens he got was a letter from a dead colleague. So we developed that a little bit further with Jamie, who's going to be playing Hale tonight. And these are sort of the things that came out of it. We figured out that the letter is from a colleague of Hale's, who they met from somewhere that's kind of like Candlekeep. If you're familiar with D&D settings, a place that's kind of like Hogwarts or a place of study or a magic library. And these two didn't know each other well. The colleague and Hale didn't know each other very well. I feel like this isn't a TLDR. I'm going into way too much detail. Basically, they get a letter saying that somewhere. The letter here. Somewhere in the masked. I will change this to green now because I changed it to masked green. The masked green is something called the Gem of Change. And the Gem of Change can be used to transfigure one's body into one of a similar ilk. And basically, Kordak, the one who wrote this letter, works at Amon Valley, which is this which we've made this sort of like a fantasy hospital. So ideally, the Gem of Change will help with the patients in the valley, sort of like it's like magical stem cells, basically. So the idea is that the party have to go find this gem, and to do so, we have to go into the Masked Green. The problem with the Masked Green is that only creatures and beasts know how to reach it. Those of a certain intelligence are lost in its mists and either are never found again or return with their memory altered. So the plan, hopefully, will be that the party know that they need to go to Creatures and Beasts. And we've already established in our backstory for Hale that the circle that he comes from, the circle of the paw here, are very gifted with the animals. So hopefully hopefully the plot hook will click that they need to go to the Circle of Paw to get assistance trying to find the masked green, and then from there we'll get to this tunnel, which is going to be guarded by a Galabdur. Once they either defeat it or, you know, charm it or something, because the idea is that it's neutral anyway. So I don't want to necessarily have it just attack them on sight. Once there, they're going to go underground, either with the help of the Galabdur or just on their own volition, their own abilities, and eventually they'll get to the center of this underground chamber, but we haven't planned yet, within which the gem exchange will be, but they will find someone has already gotten to the gem. And that's going to be our final boss fight. And that will be the one fight that they have. That's going to be someone called Brynmore Pie, which is going to be sort of like this half dragon person. A dragonborn, but more draconic than humanoid. So we'll have to figure out how to describe that later. Yeah, but we'll get there in a minute. We have an idea of who Brynmore is and why they're relevant to the story, because otherwise it's kind of pointless having this random dude be at the end. There's no stake involved. Like, yeah, they're using the gem for, like, badness, but it'd be nice to throw in something else that will make it a little more compelling. So, we'll go back to Galabdur. So yeah, we wanted to make a name for it, right? So let's go for a random... here you go, Shihan Toxic Young Warrior Affection. More names. Mighty Dog, White, Pure, Diminutive. Fair and Slender, Believer, Beauty, Supreme Choice, Defense. Here you go, Defense. Maresile Glens. Maresile Glens. Let's try that. So, go to Encounter Builder. And we'll call it Maresile Glens. Must pass. Maresile Glens. The Galabdur of Change. And then if we have time, we can also create some backstory of who made the gem, and therefore who made Maresile. But we'll put that on the back burner and see if we have time for that, because I don't know if we will. So T-Rex, we got into the gateway map, which stands a large boulder. Let's see what languages some of our characters speak. So we had an idea of maybe having a hag be the final boss, but we've changed our mind. So we'll go to characters. Oh, not characters, campaigns. And we'll see who we can make feel special. Ooh, we have another player. So we have Dirk, our gnome druid, Circle of Lands. We have Hale. Oh, H-A-L-E. Oh, that's fine. Let me go back to the letter. Okay. So, blah blah blah. Oopsie. There you go. Hale, our other druid. And we have Rufus Rumblebottle, Halfling Bard. And this will be Sally, I believe. So let's see what Sally has made for us. Anything for the backstory? No. Right, that's fine. That's fine. But she equipped her equipment. Oh no, she didn't. Everyone's new with their equipment. We'll have to do that before the game. That's fine. And she's also level 1. She might still be making it, to be fair. So we'll go back a bit. So we know that Hale speaks Sylvan and Draconic. Though I kind of want to save the Draconic for when they fight Renwyn. Or, what did I call it again? I'm so bad with names. Brynmore, that was it. Dirk can speak. Let's see here. Let's feature some traits, I think. Description, maybe? Notes, backstory, extras. Where does it have? Oh, here, language. Druidic and Gnomish. Druidic would work. Druidic would work. Though I want to probably I should say Druidic would make sense, but the problem is we have 3 druids who all speak Druid, and we have 1 bard who doesn't. So I don't want the bard to feel left out, or made to feel stupid for not knowing it. So we could do Gnomish potentially. That could be interesting. So far the other 2 are halflings. Let's see if Rufus has their languages yet. Calling halfling. Okay. Let's do Gnomish for now, then. Actually, no. Let's do halfling. I'll tell you why in a second. So Mare Sile speaks and understands Gnomish. Put that right there. So the idea is that Dirk, in their backstory, is a bit of a simple soul, and accidentally, they're a rock gnome, so they live underground, but he accidentally went up some tunnels and ended up lost on the surface. So, the idea is that potentially this Gulabdur was created by these rock gnomes and is a guardian of the area. And again, makes sense as to why Dirk is nearby and the world works so well. So, Marsile speaks Mersile? Merzel. How would I pronounce this? Marzile? Marzile. Mersile. Mersile, I kind of like. Let's put a pronunciation guide for myself. So... where should I put that? Put it at the top here. Actually, no, let's put it in the short summary. Here you go. So that'll be Mare C or Sile. Mare Sile, or it'd be like this, right? C there. Marsile. Mersile. Mersile. There you go. Mersile. That makes sense to me. Mersile and Glens. Mercilessly Glens. There you go. Nice. So Mercilessly speaks and understands Gnomish. And then let's think of a riddle to show their name. So their name meant defense, right? Defense. So in Gnomish. Maybe Mercilessly can only speak like it's kind of like Groot. Maybe it can only speak one term over and over again. Or it can speak like one-word sentences, maybe. Let's go back to Calibdur. Let's look up like a lore. So Calibdur is a border-like creature with stomping appendages. Blah. Blah blah blah. So it's imbued with greater intelligence than most elementals. What is intelligence? 11. Okay, so it's capable of like full sentences. So we don't have to make it stupid. But it is created, and I feel like it knows it's created for a purpose. So I think it just seems kind of nonplussed. Maybe that's the personality we give it. So Merciless will be sort of like nonplussed. There's a better word for this. Unenthusiastic. Enthusiastic. Has a job to do. L caps neutral. Yeah, that makes sense. That's fine. Just 3 adjectives we need, and then in Gnomish, it can have. Let's have it along its knuckles, like a bouncer, across its knuckles. It can say like strength and honor maybe, or it can be it can say stop here. Stop here. That works. Stop here. All right, great. And then again, we don't know how the party will get past Marcelli, but we're not really fussed either. However to get past it, if we get past it, you know. We will mention though. Actually, so we will mention if Mercilessly is befriended, which will be tough because it's pretty neutral. That's not his friend. Friended. It will clear rocks and boulder. Clear the tunnel. Rocks and boulders. And this is where we're going to cheat here. So this is where we're going to give the players a sense of achievement, because if they just sneak past Mercilessly, then there will be nothing in the tunnel to stop them anyway. If they do befriend it to show that it was worth doing, Mercilessly, you know, they can be going to this tunnel, hit a dead end. Mercilessly will use its sort of earth-bending powers to, you know, clear the tunnel, and they're like, oh, good thing we brought them. Yeah, and then because the achievement will come already by getting past it, and you know, Mercilessly can sort of like rage from outside the tunnel as they enter or something like that. We can have like a gate separate the two of them so that Mercilessly can sort of like chill out behind and not pose a threat anymore, but also show that bit of tension that they were this close to getting hit. So let's see, sir. Otherwise, once they pass the threshold, because again, we can, you know, we can change what's there depending on what their plan is, because we're privy to their entire planning process. So if we hear them say, okay, we're gonna sneak past, or we're gonna try and knock it out, I don't know, past it, once they get to the mouth of a cave, I'll say, you see a lever and a portcullis above. If you pull the lever, a portcullis will come down and separate the two of you, right? If I hear their plan is to befriend it, then I don't have to describe the portcullis or the lever, right? So you can have multiple realities of what they see, or like multiple versions of it, of what they end up seeing, because that's the beauty of the fact that you're not a robot, you're not a video game. You can alter to what's happening on the fly. So anyway, otherwise, once they pass through the threshold, and the lever and the portcullis is brought down, or let's not have a portcullis, that's become cooler, and the gate and the doors are closed. The doors are closed. Banging and shouting can be heard as Mercilessly rages outside. Wicked. And that's done. That's it for the Massacre in the Mercilessly Glens. And then if we have time, we can start writing down like a couple sentences to help link each area, in case, you know, we're struggling to find our words, or we're kind of floundering or anything like that. Just to give our brains a little bit of a break, we can just fall back onto the pre-written text and save our minds for something. So we have Garibdur, we have Mercilessly. Now we will have the boss battle. So the boss fight, we want to have be based on a dragon, because why not? We're playing Dungeons and Dragons, for goodness sake. So here you go, Red Dragon Wormling, challenge rating 4, or we could do challenge rating 6. 6 might be good. How much health do we have? 110. That seems like a lot. Like, obviously we can always change the health on the fly. It's not a huge deal. But, you know, if the less work we have to do on the fly, the better. Red Dragon Wormling, the issue I already see here is that they only have 2 actions, and that's going to get boring very quickly. So unless we either have some lair actions, or like maybe the gem can start going crazy during the fight and add some added sense of danger, this is going to be boring, because all it takes is for me to just keep rolling badly, or I just have to end up fudging for the fire breath. Let's look at the other stat lines. The Wyvern has a stinger, and we could still give a fire breath to it anyway. Make it a lot more interesting. The Young Brass Dragon, Sleep Breath, Fire Breath. See, these are already interesting. Has 2 different breath attacks. Can bite and claw. That's already interesting to me. White Dragon has cold, bite and white attack. So let's try and combine them all. So what we can do is we can go to our collection, and create a monster. And then we'll go to dragon. And it's going to be based on a young copper dragon. Actually, young copper. Let's do young white dragon. So it's going to be a copy of a white dragon. So this will be calling our baddie. We can close this. We'll close maps for now. We can close World Anvil as well. Didn't need it in the end. We will go to here, Bryn Mawr. Bryn Mawr Pay. Spelt Bryn Mawr Pie. Bryn Mawr Pie. Clock Evil, it's fine. Large, it's fine. Again, we're not going to be using any battle maps or anything today. It's all going to be Theatre of Our Mind. So this doesn't hugely matter. So, save changes. So the languages will be Draconic. We want to add a language. So, I mentioned before, I have an idea of who I want this person to be. And Bryn Mawr Pay will be based off of Dirk's backstory here. Because Dirk at the bottom says here, he grew up with many siblings and forgets how many. Grew up with many siblings, and he forgets how many and also their names. So the sort of the joke at the end is that Bryn Mawr is Dirk's sibling, who was like sort of like the eldest born, and is always forgotten. Because and this can be, and it doesn't matter. If during the game Arabella says that Dirk is the eldest, like that just adds to the joke that Bryn Mawr was like, "No, I'm the eldest. You just forgot." So we're gonna have him gnomish, and the idea is that they heard about this gem of change, and they were like, "You know what? This is how people are gonna remember me. If I go to the gem and turn into a dragon and become all powerful, then people remember who I am." But the problem is the Gem of Change has to be mastered. And we have here the clause. The gem follows equivalent exchange. So if you're familiar with Full Metal Alchemist, the premise is that you can only gain something that is of equal value to what was given. So you can only exchange... it won't be... There's, forgetting the fact that Full Metal Alchemist has the whole lore behind human transmutation. Doesn't matter. As far as the gem's concerned, you can give an arm for an arm, you can give an eye for an eye, and so on and so forth. But the idea here is that the gem, because Bryn Mawr just wants it for power, that is a weak character and weak morals, and therefore the gem cannot give power for power. It can only change how that power manifests, right? So that's why Bryn Mawr can only get halfway through transforming, and that's it. He cannot finish the full thing, and it's why he's stuck kind of with this gem, trying to figure out how to use it. Blah, 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 blah. Skills are fine. So, one idea I have is that the gem can be sort of on a pedestal and be shooting beams randomly. And when it hits someone, something changes randomly. Which we probably have time to figure out, because we have 2 hours before the cast arrive. We'll take a quick hour break, and then come back at 7 for the game. So having said that, what else do we have to do before we start homebrewing the gem? Is the gem a separate object or fused to the being that's trying to use it? I want to have it a separate object just because I want to encourage creative play. If it's fused to Bryn Mawr, they have to beat him. There's no way for them to get the gem out. Because again, they're only level 3. If they were higher level, sure, there would be different ways. But yeah, I want to make it as accessible as possible for them to get the gem so they can start messing around with it. Because again, it just makes the encounter more interesting and more chaotic. So yeah, to answer your question, gem is a separate object. The question is whether or not the gem is on a pedestal and is shooting beams, or if it's just on a pedestal not shooting beams so that someone could just grab it, or Bryn is holding it but then they can disarm him somehow. A part of me is kind of tempted to leave it until the game itself and see what happens. Otherwise, I'm tempted to have the gem be shooting beams, but it might take a while. Oh, that's fine. We have time. We have time. So we'll have a lair. So the lair actions will be as follows: Gem of Change fires one of the following. Fires one of the following. So we'll do 8 different effects because I don't think we'll. Should do 6 different effects because we're not going to get to 6 rounds. Ideally, so that's a lot. Do 8 just in case. 8. Oops. 6 goes after 5. 6, 7, and 8. So we can roll a d8, see what we get. If we get repeats, we'll just roll again. So it's something always. There's always something different happening. So let's have gem in a more inaccessible location. You can get during the fight, but it would be difficult to take you away from the fight for a round or 2. Yeah, that's the idea. It would take an action to get it out of whatever mechanism. So we can save it's kind of be like stuck in this claw-like mechanism. Maybe like a dragon's claw. Like it'd be like the skeleton of a dragon, maybe. Or let me think. If this gnome dude if a gnome created this this dungeon, how would they protect it? They would protect it with other Galabdurs. They would protect it with. What else can you find in a cave? Gems. It can be encrusted in other gems, maybe? Nah, that seems silly. It can be what other cave-dwelling creatures? Something it can be like in the skeleton of. It doesn't have to be alive. Let's go to environment and then Underdark. Size large. We're just looking for large beasties, even if it's like a giant purple. Even if it's in the skeleton of a purple worm. It's going to have an Aboleth, Balhanoth. Let's hang on. We need to change the. Can we change the source to just be the monster manual? Ah, here. Source category. Core D&D. And that will be monster manual. Filter monsters. So we have Beholder, Aboleth, Black Pudding, Bone Naga, Carrion Crawler, Chimera, Chul, Cloaker, Dow. What's a Dow? Oh, it's a genie. Death Tyrant, Drider, Earth Elemental, Etin, Gaspor, Cubes. Cubes don't have skeletons. Giant Toad, Half Ogre, Hook Horror, Minotaur, bunch of skeleton, Myconids. Could be covered in Myconids, maybe. A Roper. Gem posing as the eye and the skeleton of a lesser beholder. Yeah, that's a great idea. Actually, let's do that. I really like that idea. Let's do that. So, we don't need the stats, but we can look at the we can look at these things as ideas for what the gem does. Maybe that can be the backstory, right? Again, I don't think it's going to be coming into they'll find out about it. But for us, the backstory can be that the gnome who created the gem used it by sort of distilling a beholder's eye, right? Like it's originally a beholder's eye. Or like they I don't know, beholder eyes, right? And that's why it can do different effects depending on what you use it on. And stuff like that. Yeah, we don't have to think about it too hard. But we can look at all the different rays and look at how it inspires us. So, hang on, what am I doing? I want to go to Aberration to look at the different type of beholders. Okay, never mind. I don't think there's only. I think there's only like 1 or 2 different types in the monster manual. I think that's why. That's fine. Didn't we see I must be imagining things. So let's see. So beholder. So they have a charm ray, a paralyzing ray, a fear ray, death ray, disintegration ray, that might be too much, petrification ray, sleep ray, telekinetic ray, innovation ray, or slowing ray. I want there to be some positive effects thrown in there, so we could think of ways that these could be good. Great damage. What does innovation mean again? Let me quickly look up what that means. Because my brain is going to something else. The feeling of being drained of energy or vitality, fatigue. Okay. Because it'd be cool if it can go between the party and Bryn Mawr. So let's say, let's see. So the first one is a charm ray. That's not going to help in the fight. So let's do paralyzing ray. So go and be a freeze ray. Freeze ray. Air molecules change and solidify to create ice. And we'll copy and paste what we have here. So, copy. So we'll change DC to a DC 13 Constitution save. And what we're gonna do here is change what's it called? Change how it works. So we're gonna steal from 4th edition, and how 4th edition worked for a lot of these sort of insta-kill abilities was you'd have to fail multiple times. So the first time you fail, for example, if you're being petrified, the first time you fail, you're slowed down. The second time you fail, then you're petrified. Double-edged sword. You lose something, but you gain something. Ice ray would damage you, but being covered by ice would give you temporary protection against Drake's fire. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. That's a very good idea. I like that a lot. Because we have Bryn Mawr shooting, breathing fire and stuff. So let's change this to Firewalk. To burning surfaces. Because it was based off a white dragon, which is technically ice, but that's fine. Change this to Fire Breath. Change this to Fire Breath. Fire Blast. Change this to a 14 Constitution saving throw. Take 45. Change this to, I don't know. Let's say 68. Nah, seems like a lot. 48. 48. Fire. Fire. Should have just controlled F. Right, cool. Or slowed. If slowed, you gain resistance to fire damage. Perfect. Love that idea. Great idea, Edgelord. Let's go to next one. Fear Ray. Doesn't make sense about it if it affects your emotions, so let's pass that for now. Slowing Ray. The targeted creature must succeed on a DC 16 dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the target speed is halved for 1 minute. In addition, the creature can't take reactions, and it can take either an action or bonus action on its turn, not both. So what we'll do, I mentioned how I wanted it to be I wanted it to be beneficial. I like Freeze Ray being double-edged, but let's make this just beneficial. But the scary thing is it could hit Brynmore even. So we'll have this a Haste Ray. Haste Ray. Target gains the effects of the haste spell for 1 turn, and then after which they suffer 1 point of exhaustion. Great. And no save, because being hasted is insane. For free. And 1 point, I think the first point is just, isn't massive, right? Exhaustion, 5e. Blah 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 blah. Exhaustion. Disadvantage ability checks. Yeah, so it's nothing. It feels like it's scary, but it's not, which is perfect because it won't actually affect the fight. 3. Let's go back to the Beholder. Telekinetic Ray. If the target is a creature, it must succeed on DC 16 strength saving throw, or the Beholder moves up in 30 feet in any direction, and it is restrained. Okay. That seems fine as written, to be honest. So we'll copy that. At the creature, let's succeed on let's do a 13 strength saving throw, or the gem moves it. It is restrained by the raised telekinetic grip until the start of the gem's next turn, until the gem is grabbed. Gem is grabbed. If the target is an object weighing 300 pounds or less that isn't worn or carried, it is moved up to 30 feet in any direction. And we can get rid of that last little sentence. Great, lovely, easy. Next one. A Sleep Ray. So this is another one. We'll give it the 4th ed treatment. So for the first failure, they will be Dazed? Is it dazed that lets you only do one thing? Let me go through conditions. I'm frightened, incapacitated, poison, prone. Stunned, conscious, exhaustion. Is it slowed? Then, but they can only do one action? Okay, it's not an actual condition, so we'll just break it up. So... slowed. So parentheses, move half speed. Or become drowsy. So there's one action or no reaction. So yeah, I've misused the or be chilled. Let's make up. So or be chilled. Chilled will be the new condition, and then this, the homebrew condition. Sleep Ray will either make you to be slowed, and then if you fail again, then you fall asleep. Become slowed. One action. No reaction. ETC. If the target fails again, it will fall asleep and remain unconscious for 1 minute. And we'll make this DC 13. And again, this could hit the Bryn Mawr, which could be funny. So for number 5, we have the petrification ray. So grab that. And I think for the last 3, rather than looking at here, we're gonna get some stuff from the wild magic table, because the last 3 things from the beholder are just you die, and that's no fun for no one. So let's okay, I want to create a character. I just want to look at the oh no wait, I can just look at it, right? Wild magic. Don't have to make a character to get the table. Here we go. So let's see. Tell you what, Edgelord, if you have a D100 next to you, why don't you roll a D100 3 times, and we'll see what the last 3 effects are. While I edit petrification ray. So the dexterity save or fail save. It begins to change time as it must repeat. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's the same as Forfeit. So 14 for your first one. So 14. You cast Confusion centered on itself. Okay. Hey, Danny, you're right, buddy. Good to see you, man. Glad you could join us. 79 and 56. So 14 was you cast Confusion. 79 butterflies and flower petals, and 56 you regain your lowest level expended spell slot. Okay, let's replace the 79. Tell you what, Danny, if you have a D100 with you, roll a D100 and help us create this magic item. So 14 will cast Confusion centered around the gem. And this will be called Short Circuit. Then the gem casts... Oopsie. Gem casts Confusion centered on use on itself. on your ass. And then, what was the other one you got? 56, Edgelord? 56. Wait, what? Your hair falls out but goes back to within 24 hours. Actually, that might be funny. Let's keep one of those in. Actually, 70. What was it? 79. Tell you what, Edgelord, I'll let you pick if we have someone go bald, or the illusory butterflies flutter around us. 1800. Yeah, sounds good. Bold in all caps. All right, we'll go bold. So 80. 80 is also illusory butterflies. Oh no, Danny, roll again. Oh, what's 8? You cast fireball. That could be funny as well. I'll let you choose, Danny. You can either roll the D100 or fireball on the gem. And we'll call number 7 haircut. Haircuts. Fireball, obviously. Okay. Sounds good, buddy. So we'll grab the bald one, which was, what was that, 59? Oh, 56. Oh, that's why I thought. That's right. I read the 6 as a 9, and I thought it was this one. That's why I got confused. So we'll change that there, and we'll put fireball centered on yourself. And we'll call this one Oops. Oops. This is just for us. This is just for us, the DMs. The gem casts fireball. Oopsie. Centered on itself. The hairful. Target creature. Falls out but grows back within 24 hours. Blah, blah, blah. Great. And that is our boss battle. All done. So like I said, I'm imagining it to only last about 4 or 5 rounds. It's not, probably won't go any longer than that. Because either the PCs will die, or Brynmore will die. But we're done. So save changes. And then we will add it to our encounter. And then we'll go to create a new. And we will search Bryn. Oh, because I don't have homebrew activated, I think. Show homebrew only. Get rid of the source. There you go, Brynmore pay. Ads. And this will be Brynmore pay and the gem of change. And this will be play one winged angel. Repeat. 1. So we will say that Bryn Mawr will monologue about being left aside as the family eldest. Because also, if Dirk ends up rolling super high with persuasion and stuff, and actually ends up placating Bryn Mawr somehow, we still have the gem going not so crazy, and potentially it can like animate the beholder skeleton it's in, and that's what they fight instead, and then Bryn Mawr can fight with them. So that'd be fun. As a backup, because yeah, the gem, if that does happen, all the beholder skeleton has to do is just use the gem's beams, and then I can just give it, I don't know, 100 health, 12 AC, something like that. Yeah, you know, it can still be Bryn Mawr's stat line, so easily done. Well, so Bryn Mawr will monologue about being left aside as the family eldest. Worth about names of his character. So Bryn Mawr is our big bad evil guy, and essentially is a rock gnome who we'll reveal at the end of the session is one of our character's brothers. Because what happens with Dirk, it says here in his backstory that he grew up with many siblings, and he forgets how many and also their names. So the idea is that Bryn Mawr is annoyed at always being forgotten by his family. He decides to go find the gem. He hears about the legend of the Gem of Change, which the party are after. Finds the Gem of Change and wants to turn themselves into a dragon, so that they will never be forgotten again, and they'll be powerful and respected and all that stuff. Little do they know, the Gem of Change works with equivalent exchange, and it cannot give power if the person wielding it is of weak character. Fratricide, exactly. What was I going to say? Yeah, so Bryn Mawr is trying to turn it to trying to use the gem to turn it into a dragon, and the party have to obviously get the gem and stop him somehow from getting the gem. And that will be our finale of the session. So, Bryn Mawr monologue about being left aside as a family eldest. Leave room for RP. Room for RP. And again, obviously, a lot of this stuff I know to do because I planned it. This is more just to refer back and just so you all can see what's happening. So, Bryn Mawr monologue about being left aside as the family eldest. Leave room for RP. Eventually, boss music starts, and will use the gem as his first action. After the fight, epilogue. Now, the thing about epilogues and the end of one-shots in particular is you cannot plan them. In the same way that you cannot plan how a session will end, because your players will always do something that you are not expecting. I've been playing this game for 13 years, DMing for about 8, and I have never, ever run a session where my players did exactly what I thought they were going to do. Never. So it's all very well and good me thinking of an endpoint, but when I say endpoint, this is as detailed as the endpoint will be. It will be, this is the final confrontation, and I will find out along with the exactly. I have no idea what will happen, and it could easily happen. This party are going to be super chaotic. Exactly, Danny. So yeah, so the idea is that it's easy to forget. We as dungeon masters are also players, And personally, one of the things I love about DMing is because I don't know that's the joy for me, is I don't know how my players or what my players are going to do. I'm going to find out the same time they do. And once you get used to that mindset and you run a game and you learn to appreciate the chaos and that feeling of not knowing what's going to happen, your enjoyment of the game will increase exponentially. So that's all for our encounters. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back, I'll go away for about 15 minutes, just get some water, have a bit of a stretch. And then we will quickly go through our encounters, our players, see if anyone's added anything else. And then just kind of fill in any gaps that we might think we might have. But to be honest, I think we're pretty much there. You need to learn how to improvise on the fly. Yeah, you do have to. I'm afraid I wish you didn't have to, but the alternative, if you're not strong on improvisation, my suggestion is just get a pre-made adventure. There's nothing wrong with it, and a lot of the time the pre-made adventures, like even if they're not from Wizards of the Coast, even if you just get them from DM's Guild or something like that, they're generally so... It's so hard not to read an adventure and not be inspired yourself. You will automatically want to customize it and make it your own. And having said that, you know, a great example is Curse of Strahd. So I've attempted to run Curse of Strahd 4 separate times now, and every single time I run it, you know, I know the beginning, like the first half of that book now, pretty much off by heart. Because I've run it so many times. But every time I run it, how I introduce it is always a little bit different in the moments, because also you have different PCs, so the plot hooks you end up using are different, as well as the way people interact with the world and how quickly they go through content will always be different. So yeah, I know there can be a bit of a I don't know if embarrassment's the right word, but a lot of people can be a bit funny about doing pre-written adventures rather. They're fine. They're totally fine. They still teach you how to DM as well. I would not be able to, you know, when I prepare my sessions nowadays, I can tell that I'm a lot more organized in knowing what I need to prep now because I have run pre-run adventures. Beforehand, I was like, I could run a session, but it was nowhere near as comfortable for me to run. Like, it was a lot of improvisation, which I can do, but there's such a thing as too much that, you know, you end up with loads of plot holes and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a slippery slope. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to take a quick 15-minute break, and we will then go through any changes we might need to make last minute, and then probably spend the rest of the time finding music for the session until it's game time. Alright, see you guys in 15.
dreamer, 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 dreamer. おやすみ。
Alright. There we go, we're back. Oh, did he? No, don't drink my water, baby. Okay. So, let's quickly make sure that we are ready for tonight. So, so like I said, we have 4 encounters, maybe only running 3, but we have 1 just in case as our extra. First encounter will be the team meeting each other and introducing each other. That will be including the reading of this letter here, which I will type into our Discord chat. Once that's all established and we've introduced all the characters, in hour 2, we go to Suthil. Don't know why I said it like that. To Suthil. There, they have to do a test to try and gain the trust of the Circle of the Paw. Circle of the Paw, as animal lovers, will want to see how they interact with even the most dangerous of beasts. So they will be asked to try and subdue a Tyrannosaurus Rex. But the caveat is they cannot cause any damage or harm to the T-Rex. So it is the party's job to try and make it fall asleep, charm it, capture it, however, without hurting it. How we're gonna run that is have Suthil first of all talk to them and have some RP between themselves and Hale and anyone else, and see how people react. Then from there, Suthil will tell them that they have to take part in. That's what we need to have. We need to have a name of the trial. So let's name it something. Suthil will test the party to gain trust. This will be to gain trust. This will be achieved by This will be achieved by pooping. This will be achieved by this will be achieved through the test. It'll be called what's the word? Through survival of the quickest. Of the quickest. That might be a cute little joke. Turfathun. Thuin. What is that based off of, or is it just random words? Because I like the idea of it being called something different. Is that Celtic again? Because if it's Celtic, that might be perfect. Specifically Celtic Welsh. It is. Okay, great. Let's do that. What is it called? What does it mean? Just so I'm aware. Turfathuin. Or is it just a random, or is it just from the generator? Celtic Hades. Ooh, I love that. Perfect. Love that. Great idea, Judge Lord. I love it. So, Suthil will test the good party to gain trust. To gain this party in order to gain trust. This will be achieved through Turfathuin. Circle of so hang on, there's a slight hole here. So the idea is that they have to go to the Circle of a Paw because the Circle of the Paw can speak to animals. The issue is we have 3 druids who can do that, who might potentially be able to do that. So in the event that they can do that, what happens? Either the animals will guide them to the circle of the paw. Maybe the circle of the paw are the ones who are hard to find and not the wood. Maybe that's it. We will shuffle things around. So the circle of the paw are in the masked green, and only the circle of the paw know how to get to Mercedes, to the Gate of Dur, to the mouth of the cave they need to get to. So let's do that. So Sutho Palworthy, Suthil, and the masked green. So the animals will guide them to Suthil, and then you know, the Circle of the Paw's mastery of wildlife will take them to the thing, which does mean we need to slightly change the wording of this. So I trust that your compassion and curiosity will see that gem is brought back. It's far underground beneath the masked green. Know how to navigate. And it is far underground beneath the masked green, which only creatures and beasts know how to navigate. I'm hoping a druid of your ability can get there. Yeah, that sort of does it imply that that's where? Well, I guess I can explicitly tell. Hail that the Circle of the Paw come from the masked green. I think that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, especially for a one shot where you kind of have to feed them a lot of the clues. We'll see. We'll see what happens in the first session. So, in the beginning. Circle of Paw. So Sutho will task to turf off Dune, and then we have the stat line here for the T-Rex. So that's fine. Then we go back to so that's the second encounter. The third encounter will be Merciless Glens. So maybe we should have like an environmental thing. I'm worried about maybe take too long though. Merciless Glens and the Woad. I don't know what that means yet, but we'll find out in a second. God, how much longer? I gotta go see that. That's no problem, Danny. You go to bed, man. Jeez. What time is it there? In Australia? So, maybe we should make some backup encounter just in case in the event that we want to get early enough to watch Critical Role. Ah, you'd rather watch CR than watch us. Joking. 4 AM. Fair enough. Yeah, go to bed, man. Go to bed. Yeah, to be fair, our game won't start for another 2 hours or so. So that's totally fine, buddy. Thank you for dropping in, man. I really appreciate it. So, ideally, the T-Rex itself will guide them through to where they need to get to. Maybe there's like a special part of the masked green that only creatures can navigate. Hang on. Having said that, we could do it. I can go back and watch this later. Yeah, for sure. It's totally fine. I'm just teasing, buddy. So, I'm tempted to see if maybe only creatures of below a certain intelligence score can navigate it. Because if so, that means if Dirk has low enough intelligence, something really funny could happen. So let's see. So Dirk is intelligence. Oh, intelligence 16. Super high intelligence. How are they so stupid? How are they so silly then? A general idiot. Why are they? Okay. Okay. That's gonna be weird, but fine. T-Rex is quite large, right? Could it be the matter of them needing T-Rex for elevation or walking over nigh impassable terrain? Over an animal instinct thing? Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of a combination of both of your ideas. So what my mind is going to is a woad what I think it is. Woad. Meaning. Oops, not band camp. I don't want to listen to the music, but I'm sure they're fine. Meaning. Urban herb. Group of living trees, grove, copse, woods, forest, woodland, plantation, woods. Okay. Okay. So what I'm thinking is, the woad is covered in this. The woad floor is this like swamp, basically. So the idea is that they need something big to avoid the swamp, but the swamp gases cause like various mental changes. So short-term memory loss, bouts of laughing. I don't want it to be like bouts of madness, because I want this to be lighthearted. And again, so I should have mentioned as well at the very beginning. So before we did this, any planning, I made the players do a consent checklist. So I'll link it to you guys in the chat so that you can refer to it. I've been using it in my games for a long time now, and it has never steered me wrong, and I've never regretted making people do it. So it's essentially a anonymous form that people can put in over triggers and things that make them uncomfortable before the game. And our responses meant that for if like this game was a movie, the movie rating ended up being a 12A. Like in the same way that the roads to migrate, maybe bees can navigate the area. Yeah, totally. So yeah, but basically, the reason I don't want to have sort of madness happening in the swamp is because the movie rating is 12A. I don't want it to be I don't want it to be too dark or potentially triggering, or potentially insulting as well. Because I am not a psychiatrist, I don't know how to navigate that stuff. So, having said that, so let's have the mist. The mists cause bouts of uncontrollable laughing, short-term memory loss, and fatigue. Levels of exhaustion. Let's say they have to pass, unless they pass a DC mild joker gas. Exactly, mild joker gas is perfect. A DC 13, let's say Constitution check. Constitution save. So uncontrollable laughing will just be the effects of Tasha's hideous laughter, the spell. Short-term memory loss can just be an RP thing, and that'll just lead to shenanigans. And fatigue, they'll just get a level of exhaustion. I'm fine. The T-Rex, and or animals can guide. Will guide them. And our animals guide them to the main of the cave. Blah, blah. I never really liked the madness system. Like, why leave it up to dice to decide how badly your characters are driven insane? It should be up to a player and the DM to decide that. I've mentioned it before to one of my players in one of my other campaigns. The game that you look at, because it's the entire system's built around it, in terms of madness, is Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu, how it works out madness is very, very well done, and a little more sensitive as well, I feel like. And again, it's a horror game as well, so madness kind of goes with it. There's a place and a time. Very cool. Yeah, there's a place and a time for madness tables and stuff. Yeah, the madness system in D&D is not great because, again, it was created for a specific adventure, and it shows. It's not a very robust set of rules. Anyway, horror ain't my thing. Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Horror, like, it's not for everyone, especially in TTRPGs. Yeah, it's hard to get players to play a game where the purpose is to lose control. when the whole purpose of playing TTRPGs is to feel empowered and gain control and feel powerful. For it to be a successful horror game, you have to rob your players of that, and that is coming from someone who has DM'd a lot of games of Call of Cthulhu. In fact, that was the first game we ever DM'd, was Call of Cthulhu. Yeah, funnily enough. Ain't that just wild magic though? What do you mean? Randomness or losing power? The difference with wild magic though is there's also temporary effects. Madness tables generally are lasting, and the difference is they take away player agency. They losing control. Yeah. The difference with madness and the wild magic is you lose your control of your character. Oh, Lily, stop biting the cables, please, sweetheart. Oh, look at this puppy. Look at this puppy. What are you chewing? What are you chewing, baby girl? A stick? Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, the difference between madness tables and wild magic is wild magic will last for a turn. Madness tables last a lot longer. And again, it changes how you lose control in the sense of, like, you start doing things that essentially your DM ends up playing your character, and that's annoying, and if it's done badly, it's not scary, it's just annoying. Versus, yeah, causing a fireball, and again, you know, if you're playing a wild magic sorcerer, there's a level of buy-in. With madness tables, there's not a huge amount of... It's very easy for players to buy into something that they think they're ready for, but are not ready for it. And it's not their fault either. Because it's all random. The dice could be very cruel to one player and very kind to another. It takes a lot of I don't know what word you call it, but it asks a lot of players, and it asks a lot for a lot of player buy-in. So yeah, if handled correctly, madness can be fun. Had a player who encountered a lot of mimics, and we developed madness for him, where he roleplayed being super mistrusting of average objects. But that's fine, and that's that's different from most madness tables, because it's reactive to the game. That's how Call of Cthulhu works with their madness tables. Lily, stop biting the cables, baby girl. Alright, don't bite my fingers then. Yeah, how Call of Cthulhu works is little, you know, it's a horror game, so stop me if this isn't interesting or relevant to DMing one-shot servers. This is boring. How Call of Cthulhu works is, you know, little things slowly eat away at your sanity meter in the game, And eventually your sanity meter, if you lose too much of it in one shot, or you just lose too much of it over the course of the game, you basically have to roll on the madness table. But the big defining thing is you decide if you roll on the phobia table or you roll on the philia table. So for example, a character who has seen a lot of gore, for example, might develop a philia of gore or a phobia of gore. And how that manifests depends on what you roll on the table. But it's always dependent on what you see. So maybe it's not gore, maybe it's asphyxiation, maybe. Again, this is getting quite dark, but asphyxiation. Can either have phobia or philia of it, depending on what you saw. Yeah. If the game system takes agency and the ability to If the game system takes agency and the ability to make decisions away from me as the player and my character, then it feels like I've been ripped off at the end. For sure. And that's the danger with things like mind control in D&D. It can be very boring and stressful and frustrating. Again, like Danny, you can attest. Even having it's such a double-edged sword. So stealing from your party is a very double-edged sword. Because there's one thing that players, in my experience, hate. They hate nothing more than being stolen from. There's nothing more. You could kill them, and they will have less of a grudge. The hope is you do it to a player who can differentiate the game from reality, and will know that I'm not being a horrible person. It's the character in the game, right? And B, that you always give an opportunity to get it back, and B, you have to never do it not thinking there won't be a lot of repercussions for it. Like, players will hunt to the ends of the earth if anything is stolen from them. Like, they will that character will become enemy number one. So if you're getting a character to steal from your party, do it with the purpose of you want your party to hate them. So for example, Danny went, spoiler alert, and sort of peeked behind the curtain. The reason why I got an NPC to steal from your characters because I wanted you guys to hate the characters. You guys were getting too friendly with them, and you were getting too friendly with them, and there wasn't enough drama. So I created drama, and it's a very easy way to create drama, is have someone steal something. Stealing from player, that's what my character would do. Yes, exactly. It's revenge for all the rogues and all the murder hobos. Mission accomplished. Good. Good. Reporting said player to city guard. Apparently toxic. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. And that's what I mean, I wouldn't do it to every player I meet. There are some players who I know I could steal from in the game, and they'll be fine with it. And there are some players who I know if I steal from the game, they will hate the game. They'll hate the game. It's happened to me before. I have I've had I think it was a rogue, actually, the person was playing. The person was playing a rogue. They were dealing with other thieves, and me not thinking about them as a person and a player, which is always wrong, and just thought of them as what would really happen. So yeah, naturally this thieves guild stole from this rogue character, and they were miserable. They were miserable. They hated it, and they had a bit of a strop for the rest of the game, and it got very awkward. Which also is a reason why it's important to have those consent checklists, like I showed before, because hopefully someone has enough insight to know that if their character gets stolen from, they won't like it. And again, most players would rather or are more okay with their character being killed than loot being taken away from them. So yeah, it's a tough balance, and I don't do it lightly. I don't do it lightly at all. Or if I do it, I'll give them back the stuff very quickly. Like, you know, say if it's early levels and they are ambushed by goblins, say, all that will happen is the goblins will capture them, maybe, and then whilst they're in the prison, they'll see, like, across from their cage, their stuff, like, in a box that's, you know, very closely stashed away. So, shouldn't one who does something be prepared for it to also be done to them, though? Yeah, but it's again, it's the question of why are you playing Dungeons and Dragons as a game? Yes, to someone who actually lived in this fantasy world in Faerun or whatever, absolutely they should be prepared to do it. But you know, the players at your table aren't mercenaries, so they're not as battle hardened or gone through as many wars or whatever as their characters. So that's what I mean. You know, it was wrong of me back then to treat my rogue character as their character and not as the player first. Always treat your players as the player first. Know them as a person first before you decide what happens to their character. Oh, I say decide what happens to the character. Challenge the character. You know. Because also, again, there's plenty of games out there where the players just want to do dungeon crawls and don't actually want to challenge. They want to have the illusion of a challenge. They want to feel like they almost died, and that is sort of the sweet spot you're aiming for as a DM. You want the players to never actually be in danger, but to feel like every fight is hard won. Which hopefully you'll see when I run the game, sort of like how you balance that, particularly in the final fight. Even if it means fudging dice, just do it. In my mind, there's nothing more unsatisfying to me as a DM. It doesn't. Most of the time, players don't mind, but to me as a DM, there's nothing more unsatisfying than having a player die unceremoniously. It's just, why are you bothering to try and tell this story if you're not going to have drama? Why, you know, if a player's just going to fall down a trap and die? Like, it was good once upon a time in the 80s when people were less invested in their characters and it was a little more of a meat grinder. Nowadays, though, people are a lot more attached to their characters nowadays, because RP is a lot more popular now as well in modern games. So it's easier for people to get attached to their characters. Yeah. That's my 2 cents on it anyway. You know, people out there will probably disagree, but yeah, that's what my 13, 14 years of experience tells me. In terms of priorities. Because also, again, ideally you're trying to play with these people for multiple sessions. You don't want to annoy these people, right? So, and as a DM, you have control over everything. You do. The players don't know that, and they'll easily forget that. But you can make anything happen. You know, it's fine. The trick is tricking them. I think that's the skill of a true of a good DM. Is a DM who knows how to trick their players, which is horrible to say, and sounds very sneaky, but it's true. It's true. Knowing how to create good dramatic tension. You can be terrible at improvisation, but as long as you know how to make something dramatic and tense, players won't mind. The players won't mind if you're saying a lot of ums and ahs, and, you know, even if you backtrack a little bit and saying, actually, wait, they don't do that. The character does X, Y, and Z. Players don't mind so long as they're invested, right? The dog is chewing on my sleeve, which is why I keep looking down in case anyone's wondering. Anyway, so let's go back to it. So we did Marcelly. Oh, you're trying to get to your treats in my pocket. That's why. All right, Lily, sit. Lily, sit. Good girl. Then we go to Brynmore. God. Brynmore Pie. That's it. So what we'll do then is for the next... Yeah, I think for the next half hour, we'll take it easy. We'll relax. I might write some passages to help connect each set piece. So, for example, we should have let's do an opening introduction. So, what do we call this one? Amin Valley. Amin Valley. Sit. Down. So Amin Valley. A place of rest, safety, and rehabilitation. Rehabilitation. Victims of war, famine, and disease. Of war, famine, neglect, and disease. Neglect. And disease are all welcome in the valley. In the valley. For years, it has stood tall as a testament of kindness and of kindness, hospitality, of kindness and hospitality. Hospitality. To the east, to the north, however, to the north lies the masked green. An infinite wood of beasts, animals, and most importantly, the druids. The druids stand for nature. For nature. Nature and balance.
Right.
Peace and strength. So idea here is with the opening cinematic or opening narrative down. With the opening narrative, the idea is that because especially we have 3 druids. This isn't canon to War Campaign, Danny. Don't worry. Because we have 3 druids in our party, I want to hype up the druids as much as possible. I want them to feel powerful and special and amazing. The bard. I'm going to... Oh, that's what I wanted to give the bard. I wanted to give them the legend of the Gem of Change and the legend of the Masked Green. So actually, I might, having said that, I might give this to my bard player and let them be the narrator. Like, sort of like the idea, right? Like in a video game or a book. One of the characters is telling the story as it happens. You know, down. You know, like Bilbo Baggins is, you know, telling the story of how he got the ring and all that stuff. And that, yeah, that's a great idea. I'll do that. So I'll give this to the bard or bard player, and they can read this out. For peace and strength. And if it would have beasts, animals, and most importantly, the druids. The druids stand for nature and balance, for peace and strength. Though the many circles can contradict, they all overlap and reinforce the masked green. Force their home. The masked green. Me? Yeah, we'll just let, because again, these are all going to be. So I should introduce. I should you know, go half an hour before I have to go talk to the cast. So and pipe up the story of the game. So it should be noted, if you are able to catch the game in about an hour and a half's time, I will be joined by an amazing cast who are all theatre professionals who are all working in London, here where I am based. So first off, we were joined this morning by Jamie Elliott, who is a professional storyteller, and I do mean professional storyteller, and a children's facilitator for creative workshops and such. And I will drink my water because I'm getting parched. So yeah, so he specializes in specializes in stories and facilitating creative and collaborative stories with kids. Not least of which is through games like Dungeons and Dragons and other TTRPGs. Right, done, Lily. After Jamie, we are going to also be joined by Arabella Ross, who I worked with on a production of The Tempest, which is a play by Shakespeare. What kind of music do you have for the session? We'll do that in we'll do that in the last half hour because I don't have anything else to do really. I think most of my prep is done. But real quick, so yeah, Arabella Ross is a actor who graduated from East 15, which is a very, very, very prestigious acting school here in London. I think it's specific in Essex, if I can remember right. She is currently in Finland and working there. And yeah, and I play D&D with her now. She'll be joining us today. After that, we'll be joined by Sally Ann, who is a amazing puppeteer and also an actor. And I think she's a writer as well. I think she's written a play that she's going out. She'll be able to introduce herself better than I am. And she also has a puppy who we have bonded over with Dog Talk. And finally, we are also joined by Lucy Yates, who I have also worked with. She is an actor and musician, an amazingly talented drummer. And she can be found performing with her band Charlie Can't Breathe. And yeah, I think she has played D&D before, but still fairly new to the game. So yeah, but everyone is super excited and hyped to join down. So it's going to be a fun time. So let me quickly finish off this intro for Sally, our bard, to read. So we will go to campaigns. And they're called Rufus Rumblebottom. Oh no. I'm no druid. I'm just a simple bard. Playing their simple songs, hoping the songs and hoping to bring a smile to a friendly face. This is getting so cheesy so quickly and I love it. But look over there, everyone. That there halfling, he's been here before, but not for a while. See, Hale Berryworth's his name. And potions are his game. It seems like he's after something mighty important, by the way. He's holding that letter. All right, great. Good, Lenny. Okay, so what kind of music do you have prepared for such? So I have discovered very recently a YouTube channel which I have fallen in love with immediately. So it's a little channel called Bardify, and all their music is just amazing. Before, I used to use a lot of music from things like Darkest Dungeon, things from World of Warcraft. In fact, I used to be so obsessed with finding music for D&D. Every single game I bought for the last sort of 5-6 years, if there's an option to get it with a soundtrack, I would buy it with a soundtrack. Just to listen to more music and stuff. Some of it more useful than others, but it was always interesting. But if I look at Bardify here, instrument only for sessions or some words okay. I avoid words because, especially with D&D, like it's a very talky game. It's not like a movie where the movie will keep playing despite you paying attention, or whether you pay attention or not. Because it's a game and you have to be a little more active, I don't want to distract the party as much as possible. The same reason why I try not to use music that isn't too well known. Like, I wish I could use music from Lord of the Rings, but as soon as dun da da dun da da dun comes on, I know the entire table, including me, will just be completely distracted by the music and pay attention to the music. So, yeah. What if the lyrics are incomprehensible? words and music draw attention to the music. There is one specific time I will allow it. I suggest it. Which is if in the scene it's diegetic, which means if in the scene there is actually someone singing. So for example, there's a moment. There's a very famous in Baldur's Gate called what's it called? I think it's called the Singing Elf Tavern or something like that. Where there's Lily, stop by the wires, baby girl. Where there's a ghost of an elvish woman who will sing the same song every hour. I would do that and have lyrics in it if I had like the party entering some sort of mysterious fey-like area and there's like some foreboding mysterious music in the background, then I will have that in the background. Got cool cultic music for you, but it does have some words. I mean, I'll listen to them. I'll listen to them for sure. But generally speaking, I will not. Because also, I try to use music that I'm familiar with. Because it's faster to reference rather than me, because I can be it's my biggest weakness. I can get bogged down finding the right song for the moment for a long time, versus if I'm familiar with the music I'm working with, then it's fine. What I try and compare it to is anime. If anyone watches anime out there, what they'll do to save time and money is have like 4 or 5 different themes and reuse all that music for different sort of moments and moods. So for example, if anyone's seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, there's these 4 notes that signify the Fire Nation, which is dun 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 dun. This is going to music theory, and this is going into my degree now. But it's a musical motif, and the idea is that every time you hear those 4 notes in that sequence, the audience knows, okay, there's danger nearby, or there's Fire Nation nearby. And yeah, primarily it's used for the Fire Nation, who are the main baddies, but there are other times where non-Fire Nation baddies are doing something evil or dramatic, and you'll hear that music just to get the motif and the feeling across. So the idea with me is that I have my tense music, I have my dramatic music, I have my mysterious music, I have my scary music, I have my happy music, my traveling music, where like happy travel, sad travel, and those are all the tracks I will use, and I'll just use them over and over and over and over again. Yeah. And the reason why I like Bardify is they kind of follow the same philosophy. So for example, you can see travel pace, you can see sort of how they're named, and that's again, it works for me because this is how my brain works when I'm trying to find music. And I know that Dark Castle doesn't necessarily mean I can only use it in a vampire's castle. It just means if I want the vibe to be, so let me stop this the lo-fi music going on. If I want the vibe to be sort of like old and regal, but kind of sinister, that's the vibe that this will give me, right? And in fact, I used this in my session yesterday with you, Danny. I know that this is tense and kind of isolating music, right? And then at the moment when our game, you guys were in some woods, it was just you and the enemy party, and it just feels a lot more contained, and you know, all this stuff. Yeah, this is getting into this is so not has to do with anything to do with D&D. This is just getting into me now using my future degree and how I would devise a scene. So having said that, we should think of some musical themes. So ideally we have something for when they're in the Amon Valley. So probably something like this. They tend to be grand and sweeping and evocative and such. So I'm just trying to stop the dog from biting wires she shouldn't be biting. Good girl. Or there is one track I keep going back to. I've been using it in my game since for over 10 years now. I've been using it since university. It's this track here. I love it for my intros, especially when I'm starting a new campaign. It's great. It's a shame Macon doesn't upload music as much as they used to. Which is a shame. They're very talented. Cat! There's a cat on my desk. But this might be too... I don't know if this is getting the right vibe. I recognize this song. Yeah, you see? I told you. I probably used this track when I started our campaign. Like, I love it. It's so good. It's so good. And funny enough, a bit of trivia. This song was made... it was inspired by the My Little Pony fandom. This was made by a brony. Which I still stand by. Say what you will about the whole brony and My Little Pony movement, or fandom rather, movement. It's not that serious. Yeah, fandom. I have never seen a fandom that was more creative. They made some amazing stuff, man. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely not. But yeah, the music and the art that came out of that fandom